4 provides for the commencement.
Premier, I heard you, but Michael Scott, but I haven't heard the speaker for the last minute. I'm sorry, the chairman.
Yeah, the chair did say, hold on. That's the last I heard him say.
Oh, I had missed that. I'm sorry. I will wait.
Yeah, he said hold on, but I thought he was back on. Oh, well.
Any further speakers? There to be none. Premier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having difficulty hearing you, but for the avoidance of any doubt, the opposition's position has been set out in the debate, and we have nothing to add in committee, and we're content for the Premier to close out committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Premier?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 through 4 be approved.
I move that clauses 1 through 4 be approved. Are there any objections to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the preamble be approved.
It is moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There be none.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It is moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There seems to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. We're now back in the House. Are there any objections to the Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 being reported to the House as printed? Yes. Dave Harden?
So, Speaker, I think there was some difficulty in understanding the process here.
Okay, we were in committee. The Deputy Speaker had the House in committee, and Mr. Scott Fairman spoke, I believe, and indicated that the opposition was in favor, and the Premier moved the House, moved it back to the House. Or the Deputy Speaker moved it back to the House.
Yeah, we, based on the new revelations that took place during the debate, we thought that we would have the opportunity. I don't think we were sure where we were to say that we did not agree with the bill.
Ow.
To be able to say nay.
Although I don't participate when you're in committee, I am tuned in and listening. From what I heard, Mr. Fairman came in and said he did have some difficulty hearing the Deputy Speaker, but he wanted to make clear that the opposition was fine and the Premier could go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, what I said is that we didn't have anything to say in committee, having made our points in debate, that I couldn't hear the chairman, but we were prepared for the Premier to close out committee.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the chairman did close out the debate, and it was removed back to the House. So we're following direction based on Mr. Pearman indicating that the opposition didn't have any objection to the House, to the committee concluding, and the matter being returned back to the House. And that's the stage we're at now.
If we have any objections, isn't this the time for us to say that we do have some?
Oh, You could object to it, yes. I thought the indication here was that the opposition leader was trying to speak. The objection, if you're objecting to it being to the House, then we'll return to the House, we'll have to take a vote on it.
Yes.
Beg your pardon?
That is correct.
So you'd like a vote on it being returned to the House?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on one
For
sec.
the confusion.
You're objecting to the bill at this stage, because the question is that what I come back to the House is that I've asked is there any objection to it returning to the House. And I'm objecting to the bill as being accepted in the House as printed without any amendment. It's either yes or no. But this might just say no, so there's an objection to it as returning to the House as printed. Am I being clear? That is correct. So if it's an objection, I'm going to take a yay or nay unless somebody calls for names. Okay, so all members are clear where we are right now. There's been an indication of an objection to the bill, the Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020, being returned from committee to the House as printed. Being there's been an objection, we will take a vote. And the first vote will be a yay or nay unless members call for a nay vote. So are all members ready for the first yay or nay?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, just a point of order and just a clarification. At this point in time, the House is not, we are not doing the second reading of the bill. The second reading of the bill has done. The bill was reported to committee. We are coming back out of committee, and the question that is put to the House, is there any objections to the report of the committee? So what, just so I'm clear, the opposition did not have any discussion in committee, but they are now objecting to the report of the committee, even though no contribution was made inside of committee?
That's where we are. Whether they made a contribution or not, you're correct, Mr. Freeman, in that when it does come back to the House, the Speaker comes back to the chair and then asks, are there any objections to the report of the committee being reported back to the House? And the opposition now have indicated that they have an objection. So the vote would be on as a result of that objection. Yes, they did not contribute, but the order allows them to be able to indicate favor or not of it being reported. So there's been an indication that they have some objection, so we'll now take the vote. I haven't called. Yeah. So are all members ready for a yay or nay vote at this time?
Yes. Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm going to ask first, those are in favor, yay, and then I'll ask second, those not opposed to give a nay. Okay? So here we go. All members are in favor. Will you please indicate by saying yay?
Yay.
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 Yay. Yay.
Okay.
Michael Scott, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, members, those who are opposed, you can indicate by saying nay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Thank you, members.
Sounds a little weak, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members, for your contribution. I have to make a decision based on what I heard, and what I heard sounds like the nays have outweighed the yeas outweighed the nays. And that means that the matter will be reported, that the report has been accepted in the House, and we'll now move on to the next order of business today, which is the second reading of the Merchant Ship Amendment Act 2020. The name of the Minister of Tourism and Transport. Minister, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am ready. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, Minister. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2020 be now read for the second time.
Any objections to the matter being read a second time?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It's MP Gordon Pamplin. I'm not objecting. I was just asking members could mute out their microphones. We're getting a lot of background noise. Very difficult to.
Okay, I'll check to make sure everyone's muted out. Thank you for that. Okay, Minister De Silva? Minister De Silva?
Speaker,
Okay, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready, Mr. Speaker.
Please do, and again, reminders to members who aren't speaking, just to make sure you keep your mics muted until you are going to speak. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the amendment bill before this honorable House today is to bring Bermuda's maritime legislation up to date with the recent international maritime legislation amendments. The bill allows Bermuda to keep up with our international obligations to ensure maritime legislation remains current and aligned with the international maritime organizations, conventions, and protocols. Mr. Speaker, the initial amendments proposed relate to safety and pollution, to protect the environment from pollution from ships. The bill gives the minister the authority to give directions to a ship or ship owner following an accident on a ship in Bermuda waters, or an accident involving a Bermuda ship where the ship is in danger of leaking a hazardous substance that will cause damage to Bermuda's coastline. To ensure the minister has the power to give direction to deal with pollution incidents within Bermuda's territorial waters, 12 nautical miles, and within our offshore waters, which is 12 to 200 nautical miles. There is a related amendment to include a definition for Bermuda's exclusive economic zone. Details of actions the minister may take are set out in a new Schedule 3A entitled Safety Directions. Mr. Speaker, the bill makes further amendments with respect to how the regulations are to be made. Sections 179 and 180 of the Act deal with the provisions of the Convention relating to the carriage of passengers and their luggage by sea, having the force of law in Bermuda, and provide for the minister to make orders which are currently subject to the affirmative resolution procedure. To facilitate the frequency and speed of which sometimes these orders need to be made to meet Bermuda's international obligations, amendments to Section 179 and 180 are being made to enable orders made by the minister to be made by negative resolution procedure. Mr. Speaker, additional amendments mean the minister will now have the authority to make ambulatory references to international conventions. The new section 254A will allow the continuous and regular changes to international maritime conventions to be made in a much quicker fashion in Bermuda legislation. The current practice of updating maritime legislation at times can lead to delays in implementation of amendments to specific instruments, which, in turn, can result in ships being challenged during inspections in foreign ports, leading to delays and inconvenience for Bermuda ships. The effect of the new Section 254A is to ensure that the powers of the minister to make regulations, orders, or rules, wherever they appear in the Act, can be exercised to provide that a reference in the legislation to an international instrument is to be interpreted as a reference to the instrument as modified from time to time, and not simply to the version of the instrument that exists at the time the secondary legislation is made. Mr. Speaker, it is important to mention that the inclusion of ambulatory references to international conventions does not ultimately obviate the minister of the responsibility to ensure our legislation remains current and up to date with international instruments and obligations. The main benefits of using ambulatory references are simplification, clarity for industry users of our maritime legislation, and prompt compliance by Bermuda with international obligations. Parliamentary control will be maintained, as the minister will always have the power to make an instrument to prevent an unwanted amendment to an international instrument from becoming Bermuda law. Such an event is thought to be extremely unlikely, as the measures are generally related to safety, are agreed internationally, and will invariably be international obligations which Bermuda has to fulfill, and internationally applicable standards with which Bermuda ships have to comply, regardless of whether they pass into domestic law or not. Mr. Speaker, final amendments include revoking the merchant shipping prevention of air pollutions from ships regulations 2005, which is essentially a housekeeping exercise, and making a consequential amendment to the Dangerous Vessels Act 1990 by inserting a new section on saving for safety directions into the Act. The purpose of the new section is to expand the minister's powers in the Dangerous Vessels Act 1990. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I didn't put my name in the chat thing. I can't find it.
No problem. I recognize the deputy leader of the opposition. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did discuss this piece of legislation with the minister beforehand, and he has provided me a copy of his brief. We on this side actually don't have any issue with the amendments that he is proposing, and understanding that in the case of an emergency that the minister may need to move quickly, and that we support the legislation with the caveat, as usual, that the extra powers or the release of some restrictions for the minister to be able to move quickly are not abused, which I'm sure they would not be. So we support the legislation and thank the minister for bringing it forward. I just want to ask a question, just completely not unrelated to the legislation, but
Go ahead.
I would like to know, like, how is there a cycle or something that determines when these pieces of legislation should come up? How do you know what determines when this has to be amended? Is there a trigger event where it says we need to look at this legislation? And that's just for my own edification, for nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like, first of all, would any other member like to speak to this matter?
Yeah, I'd like to speak, please. It's cool.
Yes, Mr. MP Simons, you can go right ahead.
Just one issue I'd like clarification on. When we have ships traversing our waters, be they the 12 miles or the international, the 12 to 200 miles, is there a requirement that these ships have insurance for environmental impairment and environmental damage? Because pollution liability can bankrupt an organization, especially a shipping organization. And so is there a requirement that any ships that come to Bermuda or pass through our international waters, that they have sufficient pollution liability insurance, and that we have to sign off on that before they traverse our waters? So just a question for clarity.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Minister, before you respond, are there any other members who would like to contribute to this debate? No? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, before I answer those questions, we may as well move to committee, and then I can answer the questions here. I could do them here. I'm easy, Mr. Speaker.
If you think they fit properly under clauses that you do it in committee, I have no problem. But if you want to answer it in an open forum, you can do it now, in a sense.
Okay. I'll do it now, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say thank you to the opposition tourism and transport minister, as we do tend to work really close together. And this is one of the situations where we have done just that. With regard to when we do these things, obviously the reason for the change is that, if we have an accident in our waters, we want to be able to move very quickly and make whatever decisions that we feel are appropriate at the time. And the other reason that we may have to make further amendments is that we're all familiar with the IMO, and they're constantly making changes, over the years. So, we'll have to make changes, I'm sure, throughout the years. So when those changes are made internationally, we look at them closely, and then we decide whether or not we need to make changes here, and we then do so if we feel it's necessary. MP Cole Simons, the question with regard to insurance, I can try and get that question, but from what I know, just about every ship that traverses the waters around the world have insurance. But I will endeavor to get the answer to that question for him in due course. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. We'll call on the Deputy Speaker now, and the House will be in committee. Deputy Speaker?
Thank you. Honorable members, we are now in committee for further consideration of the title, the Russian Shipping Amendment Act. Thank you. Mr. Lucilla, you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I propose to move all 11 clauses. They're fairly short. I make that proposal.
No objection, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 is a citation for the bill. Clause 2 inserts a definition for the use of the term exclusive economic zone in Bermuda into Section 2(1) of the Merchant Shipping Act 2002, the Principal Act. Clause 3 inserts a new section, 121ZA, into the Principal Act. The new section 121ZA gives power to the minister to give directions to a person in control of a ship following an accident in Bermuda's territorial waters or the exclusive economic zone of Bermuda. Clause 4 amends Section 179 of the Principal Act by repealing subsection 7. The purpose of this amendment is to enable orders made by the minister in respect of carriage of passengers and luggage by sea under Section 179 of the Principal Act to be made by negative resolution procedure. This is to facilitate the frequency and the speed with which these orders sometimes need to be made in order to meet Bermuda's international obligations. Clause 5 amends Section 180 of the Principal Act by repealing subsection 3. The purpose of this amendment is to enable the orders made by the minister under Section 181 of the Principal Act to be made by negative resolution procedure. It is to facilitate the frequency and the speed with which these orders sometimes need to be made in order to meet Bermuda's international obligations. Clause 6 amends Section 254 of the Principal Act by repealing subsection 4A and inserting new subsections 4A and 4B. The new subsections 4A and 4B give power to the minister to amend Schedules 6 and 12 respectively to the Principal Act by order. A change has also been made to subsection 5 to enable the minister to make regulations, orders, rules, and notices generally for carrying out the provisions of the Principal Act. Clause 7 inserts a new section 254A into the Principal Act. The new section 254A deals with the power to make ambulatory references to international instruments. The effect of the new section 254A is to ensure that powers of the minister to make regulations, orders, rules, or any subordinate legislation under any provision in the Principal Act can be exercised to provide that a reference in the legislation to an international instrument is to be interpreted as a reference to the instrument as modified from time to time, and not simply to the version of the instrument that exists at the time the subordinate legislation is made. The new section 254A provides a mechanism that will allow changes to international maritime instruments, which have been extended to Bermuda, to take effect in Bermuda law without the need to make further legislative or regulatory provision. Clause 8 inserts a new Schedule 3A on safety directions into the Principal Act. The new Schedule 3A details actions the minister may take following an accident on a ship or an accident involving a ship in Bermuda's territorial waters or the exclusive economic zone of Bermuda. If, in his opinion, the accident has created a risk to safety or risk of pollution by a hazardous substance, and the direction is necessary to reduce or remove the risk. Clause 9 revokes the Merchant Shipping Prevention of Air Pollution from Ships Regulations 2005. This is essentially a housekeeping exercise. Clause 10 makes a consequential amendment to the Dangerous Vessels Act 1990 by inserting a new section 6A on savings for safety directions into that act. The purpose of the new section 6A is to provide that any safety direction given by the minister under Schedule 3A of the Principal Act will take precedence over a direction given by a harbor master to a dangerous vessel under the Dangerous Vessels Act 1990. Clause 11 provides for commencement and validation. Subsection 1 makes provision for the coming into force of the Act on assent. Subsection 2 brings Clause 7, the new section 254A, into force as of 18th of February 2019. Any ambulatory provisions and regulations made by the minister on or after that date are hereby validated. The regulations to which subsection 2 refers are as follows. Merchant Shipping, Health and Safety at Work Regulations 2004. Merchant Shipping Prevention of Air Pollution from Ships Regulations 2019. Merchant Shipping Prevention of Pollution by Sewage and Garbage from Ships Regulations 2015, and Merchant Shipping Prevention of Pollutions from Noxious Liquid Substances in Bulk Regulations 2019. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers?
Is anybody else hearing the audio? Mr. Chairman, you're extremely muffled. I don't know whether anybody else is having difficulty, but it's extremely muffled.
It's muffled to me as well.
How about now?
That's better. That's better, Deputy Speaker.
I'm so sorry about that. Any further speakers? None? Minister, will you continue?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
No objection, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
No objection, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, do you want to approve the schedules to the legislation?
Yes, I move that the schedules be approved.
Objection.
It appears it might be just you and I at the moment, MP Scott.
To make everybody happy.
Well, thank you very much for your support.
No. You got silent support right now.
Point of order. We can't hear the deputy at this time. We can't hear the chairman at this time.
Silence is acquiescence, Minister.
Let's not get carried away here.
MP Pat Gordon Pamplin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, he's back.
Loud and clear.
I can hear you very loud and clear.
All right, Minister, let's start it over. Can you move the clauses first?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I move that the preamble be approved.
Minister, listen to me first, please. Can you move the clauses first to be approved?
Oh, you mean I move
clauses 1, 2.
Oh, yes, okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. All right. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 through 11 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 through 11 be approved. Are there any objections to that?
No objection, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, am I coming through?
I hear you.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the schedules be approved.
It has been moved that the schedule be approved. Are there any objections to that?
No. Speaker.
No objections, approved.
Boss, turn off your mic.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
Objections approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that?
No objections.
Bill approved. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you.
Members, are there any objections to the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2020 being reported in House as printed? There are none. It has been reported and accepted. We'll now move on to the next item on the order for today. And that item is the resolution of a move to be moved by the Premier, the notice of which was given on May 22nd, 2020. Mr. Premier, would you like to move your matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now take under consideration the following motion, notice of which was given on May 2nd, 2020. Be it resolved that previous resolution of this House made pursuant to Section 2 and Section 15A of the Ministers and Members of the Legislature's Salaries and Pensions Act 1975 be revoked. And be it resolved that pursuant to Section 2 of the Ministers and Members of the Legislature's Salaries and Pensions Act 1975, the annual salaries payable to members of the legislature listed in Part A and the officers of the legislature listed in Part B of the table above shall be set out in column 3 of the table with effect from the 1st July 2020 to the 30th of June 2021, and with effect from the 1st of July 2021 to the 31st of March 2022 shall be as set out in column 2. And be it further resolved that pursuant to Section 15A of the Ministers and Members of the Legislature's Salaries and Pensions Act 1975, the contributions towards the cost of pensions payable under the Act by members and officers of the legislature shall be reduced from 12.5% of their salaries to 0, with effect from 1st July 2020 to 30th of June 2021, and with effect from 1st July 2021 shall be increased from 0% of their salaries to 12.5% of their salaries. Mr. Speaker, am I okay to proceed?
Yes, continue on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are aware that at the last sitting, I gave notice that at the next day meeting, I propose to move this motion. The purpose of this resolution is to provide for a salary reduction under the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pensions Act 1975. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are aware that the salary of ministers and members is provided for under Section 2 of the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pensions Act 1975. A resolution fixes the salaries of a member for a specified period. Resolutions are passed by both the Senate and the House of Assembly, and the last resolution was passed in March of 2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on economic activity and a severe knock-on effect on the 2020-21 budget. The combination of lower fiscal revenues and higher public spending, necessary, of course, to protect the health and welfare of our country, as well as provide a very generous packet of unemployment benefits for those persons who have been displaced, will cause the projected budget deficit to increase significantly. Government ministries have already identified significant areas of savings within their budget. However, to reduce the deficit further, other temporary payroll, or other government employee overhead savings have to be considered. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware that it has been proposed that public officers accept a reduction in salaries and wages as part of the effort to address the anticipated shortfall in revenues and the concurrent impact that it can have on the delivery of government services to the people. It is said that you cannot lead where you will not go. And as leaders in this country, all honorable members have been asked to do their parts. Salaries of all members and non-ministerial offices will be temporarily reduced by 12.5%. In addition, the ministerial portion of member salaries will be temporarily reduced by 15%. The reductions will take effect on the 1st of July 2020 and end on the 30th of June 2021, a period of 1 year. Mr. Speaker, Section 15 of the Act requires that members pay contributions towards the cost of their pensions. In conjunction with the above-mentioned salary reductions, ministers and members' contributions to the ministers and members of the legislature's pension fund will be suspended, along with a matching government portion. The suspension of pension contributions will also take effect on the 1st of July 2020 and end on June 30th, 2021, a period of 1 year. During the cessation period, a member will lose 1 year of pensionable service. Later in this sitting, I will speak to the fact of the Act being amended to allow a minister or member to make voluntary contributions to buy back the year that is being lost in pensionable services. Mr. Speaker, however, let me make it clear that this temporary salary reduction will not have a bearing on a member's current pension. Honorable members may recall that in 2013, the former administration reduced the ministerial portion of a member's salary by 10%. Mr. Speaker, Section 11 of the Act provides for the calculation of pensions under the ministers and members of the legislature pension fund. Pensions under the fund are calculated based on the rate of salary payable to a member on the date which the member becomes entitled to receive a pension. Accordingly, the reduction in a ministerial portion of a member's salary provided for in the 2013 resolution, which is still in effect, would have had the effect of reducing the pension of any member who served as a minister and retired after April 1st, 2013. This was an unintended consequence of the 2013 resolutions and is also unfair to the affected members, as they would have, for the most part, paid into the ministers and members of the legislature pension fund at the higher salary level. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall that to address this matter, in December 2015, the former administration passed a retroactive resolution that was brought into force to deem the reduction in ministerial salary that was made in March 2013 to not have affected the salary of a member who retired after April 1st, 2013. This resolution was for the purposes of pension calculations pursuant to Section 11 of the Act, and it is still in force. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that a member's pension is still calculated based upon the above-mentioned resolution and not the reduced temporary salaries. Mr. Speaker, since this resolution has been enforced, pension calculations in accordance with Section 11 and 12 have used the salaries contained in the 2015 resolution. Mr. Speaker, I note there is also a question regarding members whose pensions are set to vest during this temporary suspension and what precisely that would mean for them. What I have stated in this brief is that the government will be bringing an amendment to the law which will allow for persons to buy back their pension, their pensionable service, and that pensionable service will count towards the vesting period. So persons who do buy back their service, the vesting period will not be affected, Mr. Speaker. With that, I am happy to entertain the comments of honorable members as part of this particular brief. This change is temporary. I believe that this change is necessary, and the combined value of these changes will affect the public purse just short of $1 million, and they will give a savings of $980,000 this year to the consolidated fund, which will help in regards to the other savings of which have been identified to meet the $150 million spending reduction target that has been targeted by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will say this in closing. It is certainly a very difficult place to be, where as a government, we are looking to cuts and cuts and cuts. And I look forward to future debates in this House where we are actually debating not what more can we cut, but how we can make sure that we can grow so that we have less time to cuts, whether it be from member salaries, minister salaries, public officer salaries, contributions and grants to the public sector. We have an opportunity and a chance over the next few months to make radical changes and reform, Mr. Speaker, and I would sincerely hope and expect that all members would recognize that these temporary changes can only be temporary if we fix the challenges that exist before us, or else we'll find ourselves here next year looking for savings. And I'm quite certain that that is not something that is wanted from members, that is not something that is wanted from ministers. I'm sure that's not something that's wanted from public officers. And I'm sure when we're talking about the effects that cuts on grants and contributions have inside of society, that is not what is sought by members. We must recognize that the situation is difficult, and unless we make sure that we are deliberate in affecting long-standing structural and fundamental change, we'll be having these discussions for years to come. And Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to have this conversation next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Opposition Leader, hear you loud and clear. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Premier, for your brief. As we go through this troubling time, I must say that we have spent quite a bit of time this week going back and forth, highlighting some of the challenges that this presents for members of Parliament in going this route, not necessarily just with the pay cut, but also in how it affects people's pensions and the likes. So I will say, first off, just thank you for the back and forth. We were able to come to an agreement as far as those who potentially could be retiring within the next year or so as we go forward. So I thank the Premier for the clarification as we spoke quite a bit with the Finance Secretary and the likes in trying to resolve this challenge. I also recognize that this affects many of those who came into being members of Parliament in 2012, and this also affects them. So we look forward to seeing what those amendments are, and I'm sure others will probably have some questions for the Premier as we go through discussing this this afternoon. What I can say is that yes, we recognize that during these times, as the Premier ended off, he said, you know, we don't want to be in this position another year from now, having to look at more and more cuts. And paraphrasing that, I believe he was looking for opportunities of growth and the likes. This is something that we have been talking about since the inception of PLP becoming government, that the economy needs to be grown. And now we find ourselves in a situation of COVID-19, no fault of anyone's, but because we have had no stimulation to the economy, it even intensifies the challenge that we have of having to take a pay cut, having to affect pensions and the likes. And many, as they have listened to the Premier, even prior to this here, have chimed in with their voice and basically saying, well, you know, if the take-home salary is no different, then exactly how is it that we are sacrificing? And these are all fair questions that at the end of the day, the Premier should be willing to entertain. Along with the salary cut, we've heard many people mention also, well, you know, we need to cut even further. Some have mentioned that we even need to cut further as far as the number of ministers that we do have and the likes. And so all of these things are out there, and it'd be interesting to hear from the Premier as to how he feels about some of these things. But on face value, as we look at this here, I think we were not sure, quite frankly, when he said that ministers would be taking a 15% cutback, and and I wasn't quite sure exactly how that was being facilitated. And I did ask the question of the Premier, and he did say that 2.5%, the additional 2.5% from the 12.5% that was taken, and this may get a bit confusing, the 12.5% that we already are looking at taking, the ministers will take an additional 2.5% off of their salaries. So if I'm incorrect, Premier, you can correct me there, but that's what I understood it to be. This has to happen, and we recognize that. When the OBA was government, we recognized in 2013 immediately that due to the recession that we were in, these measures would have to be taken. A 10% cut we took back then. And so it's interesting to see the unique approach that the Premier has taken on this particular one. We obviously agree that a pay cut has to be taken. And it will be interesting as we go forward. I believe that we are in for some troubling times as we move forward, and more is going to be needed. Whether it's the Premier considering what he has put in front of us as salary cuts and other things, we do recognize that more is going to be required of us. In fact, I got a call from the House of Assembly for the opposition office to contribute to this cutback. And we agreed to a certain amount that we would cut back on our office, already being strained, but we recognize that during these times, we have got to do our part. And so I agreed with the House of Assembly when they made the call to take a cut in our budget to ensure that we are doing our part. It's important for the Premier to convince to Bermuda that it is doing as much as it can when it comes to the salaries of, more importantly, the ministers and MPs, and that we are collectively moving forward in the direction of showing that we will do our part. As a One Bermuda Alliance, we showed that, and we're willing to show that we were willing to do our part in 2013. So any questions out there about what we have done? Well, we already showed Bermuda what we had done. We're willing to do, and we will continue to look at areas where we can make suggestions to the Premier and his team as to the areas that we believe they can make more cuts. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we have some troubling times coming ahead, and I do not believe that they end within the next year. I believe that the impact of this COVID-19 will continue to affect us in the years to come. The question is, what is the government, what is our Premier going to put in place that will stimulate the economy, that will get us back to the place that we need to be? It is imperative that we do this. As he said, we want to be, and I'm paraphrasing here, we want to be in a position where we're not having to take these cuts out, but we want to be in a position where we are growing the economy, where we are stimulating the economy, and where we have more people on the island contributing to this economy. I'm very much concerned about where we are and the numbers of people that are here. Any less people on the island will continue to exasperate and make the position we are in economically even more dire. I'm aware that there are many businesses who are now closing down. As I hear day to day, more reports, and you see in the paper where many of our charities are going to be taking a hard hit in the next couple of months, some already having closed down. So we agree with this here. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say the priority right now, which I did hear from the Premier, he was looking to move with tourism. But the priority right now is we've got to stimulate this economy to put people back to work, and so that this economy can thrive during this tough time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. The next indication of a member who wishes to speak, I believe, is the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, would you like to contribute now?
Yes.
Members, can you hear the Deputy Speaker?
No.
Oh, being muffled.
Deputy Speaker's coming on now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing I do agree with is the pay cuts. And and the opposition leader just asked, we need to do something to stimulate the economy. But this is one of the measures that will keep and stimulate the economy because our workers will not be taking home any less pay. So that's a positive. But Mr. Speaker, I have a concern because during the furlough days back in the, I think it was 2014, 15, or 15 and 16, it wasn't fair to all. It appears that not all government workers participated in the furlough day, which is a wage cut, the freeze on pensions. They probably participated in increases in pay, but not all of them even participated in freezing their pay increases. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm in full agreement that everybody must participate in this area. That includes the judiciary. It means all the lawyers, all the judges. They must participate, including government house. The governor, the staff that work on that big estate in Lincoln Hill, they must also be included in the cuts. If it doesn't happen, then it's not fair to the workers, meaning the government workers, because as was with the America's Cup, the workers, the government workers, that is, only the government workers, they contributed, let me put it this way, contributed over $120 million for the America's Cup. And we cannot continue like that because it also, during that period, we increased hospital costs to seniors by 10%.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that the honorable deputy speaker is correct when he said government workers have contributed over $120 million to the America's Cup.
Okay, point of order taken, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. Let me break it down for you. 19 months of furlough days would have cost at least $35 million. A year freeze on pensions would have cost you almost $30 million. Pay increases over 6 years that the workers did not get would have cost you $50 million. Now you can add that up. Add it up. That was contributed to the government coffers to fund the America's Cup. Now, let me talk about the job hiring freezes.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. That is a real stretch. That's his opinion, but that's not the facts.
I'm sure when you get an opportunity, you can help to put your point across. Thank you for that.
Mr. Speaker, I anticipated that reply from that honorable member, and that's fine. That's his right to do that. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the workers are concerned. I think the workers agree that we knew something was going to happen. There's going to be a cut. And I think what the government has done, I think correctly, they made the cuts, and in order to keep the economy stimulated, they have freezed the pensions and made cuts, and that would help to shore up our finances, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
This is a point of clarity. This particular motion that we are discussing is in relation to ministers and members of the legislature, and it does not have to deal with the salary and the positions of whatever negotiations might be occurring with the civil service. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something here, listening to the deputy speaker. If you could assist, please.
Yes, you're right in that it is dealing with ministers and not the salary, but we are in the House, which gives a little latitude to going in other references to a point that someone today, and allowing the deputy have some latitude to make a point.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, history will show you that I have never been a proponent of dipping into pension. Never was, never will be. Because pensions will be needed by those folks that need every dime they can get when they go that age. And we won't want to make their standard of living any worse by taking pensions now, and because what will happen, they will get less when they qualify to get a pension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we say that we just don't sit here and make these statements concerning government house. Government house, I repeat because this is very important. Government house staff, all government house officials, including the governor down, all the judges must be included, including the Kringos, because when this sort of action happened before under the previous government, Kringos did not participate also. And so we want them to be included. On the proviso for the vesting period, I'm glad the proviso is there. But I want to be sure that I understood and heard the Premier that if one was affected in this vesting, in this period, and they would have been vested had we stayed where we were, they would have to make up the shortfall. I'm not sure if that was clear. They may not be able to make up that shortfall. I don't think that should be a condition. And I think even if this happened, I don't think it will be many people. And I think the government should look at that again to try to make up that shortfall, Mr. Speaker. It's just one other thing, Mr. Speaker. Closure of businesses. I think the government has assisted. They've done some things here that assisted the merchants out there. I think they are exempt. Some are exempt from payroll tax, so they're getting some relief there. And some may need some particular smaller business. Maybe they need loans, and that's available through the Bermuda, I think, Economic Development Fund. And I think it's very attractive rates there for them to get a loan, Mr. Speaker. People will say we should cut ministers. Some have said and still saying we should cut civil servants. That's not the answer. I don't think we should even entertain disrespecting civil servants. Civil servants do a great job. And remember now, if you look at all the budget books, we've never been up to par in hiring what we budgeted for. In other words, if we had an actual hiring of 4,000, we may have in the budget book 4,700. That's funded, but the positions have not been taken. So government workers have been working short for some time. And I understand that it's a little buffer there for the minister. You put money in somewhere in a budget in case something comes up that you need some funds for. You can always dip into that. There are different ways of doing it, but that's the way you would have seen that the minister's done it, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the previous government, they brought a bill to this House called the Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 215. This is where the government discontinued paying their portion of the pensions for a year. Employees continue to pay. The question I would ask, has that been paid back to the fund? Because we don't know that at present. And I think our workers want to be assured that the government share that was suspended for a year in 2015, it was suspended from April 1, 2015 to the 31st of March, 2016. I just wondering if those funds have been put back to the fund, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in agreement with this bill, but I have some concerns about the vesting period. And I think the vesting period for those that, if they become ineligible, because of this act within a year, that I think we need to fix that particular. And the other thing is, and I understand the Premier's logic when he says 12.5% for parliamentarians. Although I understand it, I'm not always in agreement with it, because I believe that if we're going to cut wages, whether it be 8, 9, 10, 11%, whatever percent it is, it should be the same for all. We're no better, we're no worse off getting a 10% cut across the board for all workers. I don't think we have a point to prove by taking more than whatever the workers decide that they are comfortable with. But it's 12.5%. I'm not going to cry and kick the door down because it's there. I understand the logic of the Premier on this one here. So, Mr. Speaker, with those comments, I say thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Deputy, is there any other member who wish to speak?
Yes, I did wish to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, my concern with this resolution is very simple. We had, when the Premier made the initial announcement that the government was going to take the lead and that they were going to reduce salaries at a time when COVID-19 was rearing its ugly head with significantly negative impact on the finances of the people of Bermuda. When the Premier made that statement that we're going to take the lead, it was at a time when perhaps every other jurisdiction had looked at their circumstances, had implemented some kind of significant adjustments for the legislature. And it seems to me as though rather than taking the lead, we are finding ourselves in a situation that, my estimation, we are being shamed into doing something. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to go back a little bit with a little bit of historical context, because you might recall that 1998 through to the early 2000s, the salaries respecting members and ministers and members and the Premier was kind of bordered on the range of a 1 to 2 to 3 ratio. The members were getting something like $39,000. The ministers were double that for around 78, and the Premier was triple what a member was earning, and that came through into the early 100s. In 2003 or 4, there was a committee of the House that was established, that was appointed, not of the House, the committee, an external consultancy committee was appointed to look at the salaries in respect of what was appropriate for members and ministers and the Premier. And it is at that point in time that that committee came back with an increase to the membership, the regular membership, to where we were somewhere in the $55,000 range. Ministers then went up to 3 times on approximately what members were earning, and the Premier's salary was somewhere bordering on 4 times a member's salary. I remember at the time when that was done, Mr. Speaker, some of the comments that were made in the House of Assembly is that we appear to be acting out of avarice and greed for members who were ministers, because for the majority of time, historically, ministers in the House of Assembly were appointed to lead ministries with the sole purpose of creating policy for the government. What has happened subsequently is that with this change from the 1 to 2 to 3 ratio, what we found is that a significant number of the ministers at the time felt as though we have to justify this massive increase. So instead of us being here only to establish policy, it then became the creation of a full-time job for employment for those ministers. Whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent is beside the point. One of the things that I'm seeing here, Mr. Speaker, is on today's basis and the motion that we are discussing today, we're doing this against the backdrop of significant suffering from our people. Some of them have zero money because their jobs have been made redundant. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, if they have any money at all, are just about making do. People are falling behind in their bills and they are literally struggling. And we are sitting here in the House of Assembly pretending, and I'm saying pretending, that we're taking a pay cut. And I say pretending, Mr. Speaker, because you will know, and I'll declare an interest, I am an accountant by profession. And in the accountancy profession, there are certain things such as gross and net. And a gross is the 100% number of what you would normally get. And your net is what you end up with when all deductions and everything else have been taken into account. Now, what this motion today is saying is that we are taking a pay cut because on the books, it can be seen that we are going to have 12.5% less and a little bit more, a little bit higher deduction for ministers. So it's saying that we're taking a pay cut. But our net, which is the money that's flowing out the door, it is the funding that is required by the finance minister to be able to say that he's now got to go and borrow, as he spoke in his statement this morning, $20 million and an extra $10 million. Out of that money has to come the settlement of the net amount of salary. So what we're really saying is that the burden on the finance minister is no less as a result of this reduction that we are taking in our salaries, because we won't have the deductions being made for things such as the pensions and the like. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look in the eyes of people in the street and say to them that as members of parliament, we are taking a salary cut, I can only say that with my head hung in shame. I can't look people in the eye, Mr. Speaker, and say, hand on heart, we're taking a salary cut, if the only difference that we're experiencing is the fact that on the books, the number of our gross has decreased by this 12.5%. But the number of our net has gone nowhere. And how do you justify that, Mr. Speaker, against the guy who's sitting along the side of the road who has zero money because he's been made redundant? Now, I'm not saying, Mr. Speaker, by any means that we have to be more of sacrificial lambs than we are, because it is it's clear and evident to everybody that as members of parliament, we work our behinds off. There's no question about that. Every member in this honorable house will probably find that they have done more work during this COVID-19 period when we've been sheltered in place than we might have been doing under other circumstances. We find that we are constantly being required for meetings. We have people knocking on our doors with various challenges to be able to do so. And so the work is there. Our work ethic has not changed. If anything, in some instances, it may have intensified. But Mr. Speaker, when you say to the public, we are taking pay decreases, we're taking a cut in pay, but we're not changing our take-home pay, that's a hard sell for the man who's out there who has no money, who's been made redundant. And he doesn't have the option, Mr. Speaker, of saying that, okay, I could take a little bit less. Some of them have taken 100% cut because they have no job. And hence, as my leader speaks in terms of stimulating the economy, that is a critical element of what we must do under these circumstances, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's also difficult when we see the actions that were taken by the government yesterday to say, look, we are going to come to the House tomorrow, we're going to debate taking a pay cut, and the cost of operating the cabinet increased. We had X number of ministers. We've taken one minister out of the mix. We put another minister in, but now we're paying a junior minister's salary for somebody who, an extra body. So, this is all, it's very difficult to explain to members of the public, Mr. Speaker, that we are struggling as members of parliament. We're making this great big sacrifice when in fact it is all a paper exercise, Mr. Speaker. When we say that we are leading, when the Premier indicated that he was leading in this was no more true than we heard that we were testing aggressively when we talked about the testing that we were doing for COVID-19. We were saying on a daily basis that we are testing aggressively. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue as members of Parliament to look the public in their eye and continue to tell them to tell them untruth, to continually obfuscate the position that we have when we know full well that it's not 100% honest, Mr. Speaker. And that's where I have a problem with this. Now, Mr. Speaker, you will also know we've been trying to get the information, but we've yet to get that information as yet. And what we found, Mr. Speaker, is that some members in the House who are, who are members who are backbenchers, not ministers, backbenchers, they're appointed as heads of boards. And those heads of boards engender tremendous additional salaries for some people. So to say on the one hand, you're going to take a pay cut, I'm not worried about this, wink, wink, nod, nod. I'm going to make it up because I'll go sit in my board meetings and I'll pay it extra. How can we, in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, put that position to the public and feel like we have done something and that we've done something good? Mr. Speaker, I'm embarrassed. I really am embarrassed that we are not coming with something that is of substance when we can say to the public, I'm okay, Jack, pull up the ladder. My salary gross, my salary net is not going to change. I'm going home at the end of this debate today, Mr. Speaker, with the exact same money that I would have taken home before this. When you have to have that conversation with somebody, Mr. Speaker, who is going home with absolutely nothing because we failed to stimulate the economy, because COVID has taken a significant draining impact on our people, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you juxtapose that against the reductions that we had of the OBA salaries in 2013, Mr. Speaker, it was a reduction on the gross and it filtered down to the net. And that really said that that was a real salary reduction. So we have the gross amount that was decreased, and then the pensions were still deducted from it, and there was less take-home pay. So these are the kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, that this is not an equitable approach to this subject. And I think that it's very frustrating to try to justify what we are doing in this regard. Now, I did want to speak to something that the honorable member who just took his seat mentioned, and that is that if we are going to look at savings across the board for the government and how we can look at economies, we need to ensure that we do look at plangos, that we do look at the judiciary, that we do look at government health, that every aspect of our community on which we are expending significant amounts of salaries, that they are all impacted, that you can't just go to the civil servants and say that the public offices have to accept the reduction. But what is interesting, Mr. Speaker, is we have not yet heard any update in terms of how the negotiations with the civil service are going, because the unions had very clearly said that they had issues with people not having pension contributions. The member who just took his seat spoke about the 2015 suspension of pensions act. That wasn't the first time in my time in Parliament. I remember somewhere around in 2008 or 9 when Paula Cox, who was then the Premier, brought a similar resolution for members to not pay in their pensions. So the question begs, have they been made up? Have those pensions been made up either from the 2008-9, I didn't have a chance to find the exact legislation, or from the 2015? Have those pensions been made up? I would hazard a guess to say no, because subsequent to that, Mr. Speaker, the government has not been in the position to be able to afford to make up the shortfall. So, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of being able to make up shortfalls, I would hazard a guess to say that those pensions are still underfunded, and it will perhaps negatively impact on some of the, on anybody with their vesting amounts, with their retirement amounts and the like. But I think that above all, Mr. Speaker, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to be honest with ourselves by saying that, the honorable member who just spoke indicated he doesn't think that ministers need to take any significant pay cut any more than anybody else, that everybody should take this. No, maybe he didn't say that. Maybe he said that the members of parliament shouldn't take more of a cut than the civil service is prepared to take. But it would be very interesting to find out whether the civil servants and with the union representation that they have rest on the position, Mr. Speaker, of saying that they are willing to take X amount, they are willing to have a suspension of their pensions so that they can take home the same amount of money in their pay packet today, knowing the negative impact that failure to contribute to their pensions is going to have on them ultimately at the date that they are planning to retire. So, Mr. Speaker, this is perhaps not much more than, in my estimation, than window dressing. We are not being honest with ourselves, and therefore it is difficult for us to be honest with the public if we want to fool ourselves in this first instance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I look at some of the information that I get on people and some of the comments that have come to me, excuse me, some of the comments that have come to me, Mr. Speaker, in respect of observations that have been made by members of the public, they are saying things like, excuse me, if we're paying backbenchers significant amounts to sit on boards, which were positions that historically had been handled by people with expertise from the private sector, and at a time when those members who sat were earning on average $100 per meeting for the chair and $50 per meeting for the members, I couldn't go back and say that the actual amount that members are being paid now for their board work is similar to, different from, significantly higher, significantly lower, or non-existent. Because we've asked for the information in the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and that information has never been given to us. It's been over a year that question has been put. And I've heard many reasons why it hasn't come through. The bottom line is we don't have that information in the public domain. And we do not have the ability, Mr. Speaker, to be able to answer that question honestly when we are asked that question of the people of Bermuda, by the people of Bermuda. And then we cut to
Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on just a minute. There's a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And be fairness, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to put your point of order?
Yes, from the western side of my house. Last year, a list was provided in Parliament of what every MP sitting on boards had been making, including OBA MPs.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member, would you like to?
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected if that information has been provided. I remember asking for the information in the Honorable House, and I was told that there was reasons, there was confusion why the information had not been provided, and it has not been brought to my attention. So I am perfectly happy if that information has been provided. I stand corrected. I never wish to promulgate information that is inaccurate. That is the case, Mr. Speaker. I'm perfectly satisfied and perfectly happy to accept the honorable member's intervention, given that I will go and research it to make sure for myself. And
thank you, member. Now you can continue on.
And I thank the honorable member for that intervention. The other thing that I'm getting is why can't we cut back on some of these gratuitous consultants that we have had? So if we're starting to talk about saving money, Mr. Speaker, and putting the burden on members of parliament who are out there doing all the work and doing all the things that they have to do, and sitting here and perhaps hand on heart saying, oh, I'm taking a pay cut, but you're really not, because your take home is going to be exactly the same. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, is we need to look at every aspect of it. How significantly can we save in our budgeting processes when we start to look at the real drivers of the costs of government? And I'm not just talking about picking on anybody or any particular segment. I'm saying looking completely across the board. But if we would go back, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of the 1 to 2 to 3, then I think that we would find ourselves in a significantly better position all around, so that every year we don't have to start looking at nickeling and diming, because people will come in knowing exactly what it is that's expected of them, what it is that they are going to earn, and how it is that we're going to come out of this at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, I will support the work of the civil servant. I will support, and especially those gentlemen who come around, and even though this motion today does not relate to them, and I have no doubt that at some point in time, Mr. Speaker, that debate will come at the point in time at which the government is able to negotiate a condition with the unions and come up with some kind of agreement. Mr. Speaker, should a minister take more than 15%? If your salary is $156,000 up to $200 and something thousand, and your salary for your backbenchers is now going down to it's 55 or 6 or whatever the number is, and that's going to go down to 49,000 or something, Mr. Speaker. That is that the right thing? But is that of concern, Mr. Speaker, when we're not going to take home a dime less than we did before? Therein, Mr. Speaker, is the acid test of what we are doing here today. We are sitting here singing for our supper, trying to convince people that we're doing something that's giving us some kind of significant major sacrifice, when really all we're doing is shuffling the chairs on the decks of the Titanic. What we took home last month is going to be no different than what we're going to take home this month. But that is not the condition that the average person in the street who has had challenges with his employment is going to find themselves in that same position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member. Thank you, member.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are you completed, member?
I am finished. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, member. Does any other member? I believe honorable member Simmons. Honorable member Simmons. Would you like to make your contribution now?
Speaker, you referred to me or Scott Simmons?
No, I use honorable member from 33.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is very interesting because for many, many years, we have heard the voices of the elite and the privileged call for the worker, call for the people poorer than them to sacrifice. And we have heard how the business community has sacrificed, but we never speak of the wealthy and the privileged. We never hear them say or be called on to contribute from the rental incomes they bring in from the multiple houses they own that are paid for. We don't hear that. And Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that those who have had employment throughout this recession, the previous recessions, and recessions previous, those who've been coddled and protected and nurtured by the forces of our oligarchy and the very wealthy of this country, will come here and lecture us who have experienced what it is like to be unemployed during recessions, who have experienced what it's like to be in a job market that does not want you. To come and lecture us about what we should be doing, you need to go lecture to those wealthy friends of yours and tell them to step up. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have been, this was an interesting discussion, an interesting time. And I thought that the Premier and the Minister of Finance came up with a unique way to do this. And I think they are to be commended as opposed to condemned. We're not only saving taxpayers money, there is actually a sacrifice being made, because it's not like the money that we are supposed to contribute is going off into the ether and the neververse. It actually has an impact on our pensions when we retire. We will lose money on the back end. So to say that this is not a real sacrifice is a nonsense. But most of what I've heard was a nonsense. And I actually have a real problem with, we have been trying to operate in a spirit of bipartisanship. And I've seen repeatedly that the opposition leader speaks words of peace and kindness, but then the refugees, or I don't know what you want to call them, that he no longer holds in his shadow cabinet, continue to go on the attack. And I don't know whether this is a strategy or he simply has no control over these people, but I would like them to start getting a rhythm somehow
It's a little confusing to hear kumbaya in one verse and war in the second verse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Hold on a minute, Tom. Is there a point of order? Point of order from the opposition leader?
I saw the opposition, but I also have a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, who's putting up? Is the opposition leader or is it the members putting up point of order?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. This muting is flickering. The honorable members misleading us and surmising as usual. I prefer, Mr. Speaker, if you would keep that in check. Certainly, maybe what he needs to do is figure out and what his premier is doing and keep it in check, because we haven't seen any pay cut when it comes to the total expenditure for ministers. We just had a ministerial change, and we're spending more money. Maybe he needs to focus on him as opposed to worrying about the One Bermuda Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
There's still an additional point of order?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. The honorable member was very seriously misleading the House. Bipartisanship, Mr. Speaker, does not mean that we roll over and play dead. You don't have to be in lockstep with the government to have bipartisanship. What bipartisanship does, Mr. Speaker, is to say that we still have our constitutional duty to be able to check, to provide the checks and balances for the actions of the government. And we can do it in love and we can do it holding hands. We can just disagree, and that's okay.
Thank you. Honorable Member Simmons?
Well, I was going to finish, but I shall continue. And I will just end with this. The struck dog barks loudest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think it's Honorable Member Dunkley. Member Dunkley, would you like to make your contribution now?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my view, having been a dog owner for a long period of time, is the struck dog squeals the loudest, but the barking dog with anger makes the most noise, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up where my honorable colleague Pat Gordon-Pamplin so emotionally and eloquently stated that yes, there is a spirit of bipartisanship, but bipartisanship under the PLP does not mean that the opposition is going to agree with everything. It means that we will speak when we believe it's appropriate to speak. We will question when it's appropriate to question, and we will support the vast majority of the times, as we have, when it's appropriate to support. So for the government to try to come today in a debate or any day in a debate and say that, well, the opposition is not operating in the true spirit of bipartisanship and think that we're going to change our approach, that we have a constitutional responsibility to speak on behalf of the people we serve, it's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen, Mr. Speaker. And in dealing with this resolution, we appreciate the Honorable Premier's explanation here this afternoon. And I support my colleagues 100% when I say this is not a pay reduction, this is a pension cut. It's a simple pension cut. And I appreciate that the Honorable Premier has said it will save about $980,000, but somewhere down the road, you're giving today and you're paying tomorrow. So somewhere down the road, people will need to pay tomorrow if they want to have a pension that is somewhat sustainable. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think you have to look at it in context. We understand 100% that this government has very difficult decisions to make. More difficult now than they had in the first couple of years when they were in the government, because even at that time, while the economy was in very critical condition, now is a time when the government was forced, and probably this is the first time in my life that a government of Bermuda has been forced to overnight shut down the economy. That has significant consequences down the road, which will take a long period of time for us to resolve. And there were no easy decisions in any one of those steps along the way. And so I was quite interested to hear the Honorable Premier wrapping up on his comments on this resolution and to say, as a government, we don't want to cut. Well, oh my, how the shoe is on the other foot. Because the same person, now the Honorable Premier, as in opposition, said it a number of times about us as the government, that all you do is cut. And we were the government of cuts and pains. But the reality of the situation is, when you are a government, you have to make those unpleasant decisions. It's just like a doctor. When you are in need of critical care or critical medicine, you have to take that critical medicine that doesn't taste good. You don't enjoy it, makes you feel terrible, but you have to take it for the better good going forward. And one of the challenges we face in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, is too often we don't want to take the personal responsibility for making those tough decisions, so we kick the can down the road. We kick the can down the road as far as we can kick the can down the road and let future generations pay for it, for us kicking the can down the road. And here's what we're doing in the same instance. While it is a method that can be supported in dealing with the pensions now, not mandating that members have to pay 12.5% into the pension. You're kicking the can down the road, because look at this in 2 points as far as the pension is concerned. The first point is that we know that since private pensions started about 20 years ago, we as a community have been playing catch up with our pensions because they're not sustainable for the life of a person. Yeah, we have the government pension, social insurance, which is not sustainable in any way for people to live. But then you have the private pension, which is paying catch up. And so here we are looking at the members of the legislature pension, which is in the same boat. And I would like to hear from the Honorable Premier when he has a chance to wrap up this debate is, what is the sustainability of this fund? Because I think what many members of the public don't appreciate or realize is that if this members of the legislature pension fund is not able to pay out the benefits that it has to at the time, it is topped up consolidated fund. So I'd like to know what the sustainability of this fund is, what the sustainability of the fund will be if members do not pay into the pension or do not buy back their share of the pension down the road. Because I think those are critical questions that need to be asked. And in regards to the buyback, the minister said members will lose 1 year of their pensionable services, but then they have a chance to buy it back. So again, in wrap up, it would be appreciated for the honorable minister to give a bit of a more of an understanding of how that buyback will take place, what it will mean, and if members don't do the buyback in any fashion, will it mean to not only the members' pension, but to the sustainability of the fund going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, this is, the government will say, a creative way to save $1 million to the public purse. But in reality, the way the government has spun it all the way through is as a pay reduction, as a pay cut. It's not that. It is a pension cut, and we're kicking the can down the road for later on in time. And that's a serious situation that we need to take a look at. Now, Mr. Speaker, members have talked about the pain in our community. And it is very clear that members from one end of the island to the other, members of the public from one end of the island to the other, have faced difficult times, not only with job losses, and some have been out of work a significant period of time. Some are working less hours and obviously taking home less pay. Some are taking pay cuts to work the same hours. The private sector has felt the pain straight up because, unbeknownst to them, without any input on the decision, businesses were closed. And that impacted not only the businesses, but the people who work in those businesses. And to government's credit, they jumped in fairly quickly and launched the unemployment benefit to take away some of the pain and allow people to at least shelter from home and be able to pay for the basic necessities in life. And I support the Honorable Deputy Speaker in that this sacrifice needs to go throughout the community, but also we have to all buy into that the recovery is going to happen for all of us together. So we have to understand the recovery. We all have to play our part in the recovery. And for us to come here today and say, well, members of parliament are taking a pay cut, when at the same time, really, it's a pension cut, I find it very difficult for me to tell my constituents or people who ask me about it that we're taking a pay cut. No, we're taking a pension cut. And we don't know what will happen down the road. We don't know if the buyback is going to be something that's going to be effective. We don't know if the fund will have to be topped up from the consolidated fund. And also, Mr. Speaker, we don't know if 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, salaries will be increased for members of the legislature that will cover the pension cut that we've taken. I mean, all these questions cannot be answered at this time, so I'm not asking for answers, but all I'm doing is suggesting that this manipulation of the pension potentially impacts people who might be retiring soon and could potentially impact the fund as we go forward. So when we say we're putting up because we want to show the community that we're on board with the solutions and we are going to buy in with some skin in the game, yeah, it's an argument that's hard to have because you're taking home the same amount of money. It's just on the back end with your pension. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can probably understand that many members of the legislature will be somewhat reticent to speak on this piece of legislation because members serve, and as a member with some experience in the House and being in positions as a backbencher, as a leader of the opposition, premier minister, I've served in most of these areas. So I know the responsibility, having firsthand experience, of how much time it takes to be a backbencher, how much time it takes to be a minister and the premier. And, you know, generally, the remuneration for members in most of those positions is acceptable. But for a hardworking backbencher, I'm sure there are many members of the House who will look at that and see, well, you know what? I put in a lot more time than I get paid for. And so they're hesitant to speak about this because they'll keep their dog out of that fight because they don't want to be attacked for getting involved in stating the reality is that members of parliament who get paid, just looking at the sheet right now, Mr. Speaker, members of parliament who get paid $56,000 will go down to $49,000 take home, which won't change. Put in a significant period of time. It's not just when we're in the House. It's just not when we're in the virtual meeting. It's just not when we go to our parliamentary caucus or when we have other scheduled meetings. Members of parliament have to prepare all along, and they don't have staff to help them prepare. They have to do all their own research. And you know, I know because I know members on both sides of the House and backbenchers who work very hard in doing what they have to do. Very hard in doing what they have to do. So this is a difficult discussion for members of parliament because we all want to make sure we pull through this together. And at this time now, as the finance minister has so rightly said, if we do not find ways to make up for the loss of revenue, if we do not find ways to reduce spending, and if we do not find ways to be more efficient in what we do, then the recovery will be much more difficult. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that we can recover because we're Bermudians and we're strong. So I know we can recover. And if we recover, when we recover, how long down the road it is, we all have to buy in this together. So on the face of it, we can sell this thing as a huge gesture that members of parliament are contributing to a pay cut. But in reality, it's a pension cut. And a year down the road, or 2 years down the road, or 3 years down the road, it can be reversed. So there's no loss in benefit to any member because of the pension cut. And that's something that I think we need to recognize. And if that's not the case, I look forward to the Premier clarifying that when we finish. So, Mr. Speaker, as I bring my comments to a close, I understand the difficult challenge the government faces. And I also understand, Mr. Speaker, that now that the current Premier has had to use the words cuts, 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 he probably is reflecting on some of the times he had in opposition where he pointed the finger across the aisle and blamed the government of the day for cutting, when it was absolutely necessary that it was done, just like the honorable member has to do here today, and just like the honorable member will have to do over the coming weeks as we pull through this dire pandemic and the biggest threat to our economy in my lifetime. It's not going to change. We're going to have to make very tough decisions. And this is perhaps one of the most easy ones to make, because we as members of parliament are dealing with the critical issues of the day, but we still have the job. There are thousands of Bermudians who are without work, with the prospects of work in the near future not as bright as we would all like to see. So while we understand there are not many creative ways that the Minister of Finance can save some money to the public purse, I have to agree with my honorable colleagues that this is just kicking the can down the road for paying for something that we could have paid today. And there are better ways that we could lead by example to show our community that we're here to take some of the pain with them. So I look forward to a wrap up by the Honorable Premier with some of those questions being answered, and I thank you for allowing me to contribute, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Duncan. I will now move on and call on MP Swan from the East End. MP Swan, would you like to make a contribution at this time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Go right ahead, MP.
And Mr. Speaker, this motion before us today, I've heard of interest some comments that have been attributed. I'm just going to put it clearly as I can. The decision by the government to address the economic position that Bermuda is in by having members of the legislature come forward here today with a cut in their gross salary by 12.5%, I support. There was a time in Bermuda's history when there were no pensions for anyone, and the knock-on effect of that today is felt by persons in our community, because persons older than me who are still alive today have very low occupational pensions, in which this certainly speaks to, because there was no provisions for such. There was no appetite for such. There was no climate. There was no will. That will was fought for by workers. I can certainly say, as a backbencher, that I certainly have expressed to the Premier, Finance Minister, and the like, that voluntary or involuntary cuts that workers take at some point in time in the going forward, persons need to look at that in the same way they would look as a bond. So when persons come here today and want to play, and the Honorable Member Jamal Simmons spoke to it, it's almost like playing good cop, bad cop. Somebody gets out there and says, I'm in favor of everything, and then somebody comes right behind the same team and finds an angle to make a different argument. But that's politics. But I'll say this, that if your gross pay was $50,000 today, and by virtue of a 12.5% cut in your gross pay, your gross pay then becomes $44,000. Any way you look at that, that is a cut. Now, Mr. Speaker, historically, and I'm one that is in the legislature because I've chosen to be there from a very young age. I was in youth parliament at age 15, and I had members of my family on both sides of the house, from Somerset to St. George's, more than 10, who I looked at as role models. There's no surprise. I grew up around Walter King, who served in the great parish of Hamilton Parish in 1976 to 1980. And so there are those of us who have aspirations, just like you, Mr. Speaker, like we grew up youngsters. And let no one out in the public think that anyone getting their base, every member of the legislature gets a base pay that's not commensurate with their ability. And that's true. And if you look at the base pay of any job description in our civil service, the members of the legislature are at the very bottom of that scale. And that may be a problem that needs to be looked at in the future. The honorable member, Ms. Pempton, spoke of the tiers, the gaps. There shouldn't be such as a good friend of mine puts it, a high jump or collapse between if you're serving one category down to the base category. So those are things that certainly need to be looked at. As one who was the head of a quango in the 80s and early 90s, when a recession gripped this country, I remember the edict that came down from the financial secretary at the time, Dr. E.W. Warren Hughes, to find ways to trim your sails. And we had to do it. It was necessary. And no one could have ever budgeted for a pandemic, but it's here. And trim we must. And we as legislators are there because we've been entrusted by the people in our community to provide decisions for them, to canvass them, to gauge how they feel. And we must carry out that work. So if the base pay was $56,000 and now it's $48,000 in gross, that is a cut, no matter how way you want to look at it or what angle you want to look at it. And honorable member, I think honorable member Dunkley pointed out that, your work never stops. No, we go in our pockets on regular basis to all types of things. So that's not the argument that we need to be looking at right now. The government today is going to benefit because members of and ministers of the legislature are going to agree to a percentage cut that will enable the government not to have to pay that money. The government will have a savings in its expenditure of $1 million. Any way you look at it, that's what's taking place. So any type of spin that you want to put on it to try to tickle people up, that's the reality, and that decision was made for the best interest of this country. And yes, there are going to be some tough decisions that's going to have to be looked at and made. And one of which may be the size of our very parliament, Mr. Speaker. May be the size of our very parliament. We looked to in the early 2000s to the Civil Service College in the United Kingdom, which is now, I think, the National School of Government. It came here and looked at Bermuda. That's maybe something we need to do right now. This COVID, this global pandemic has caused us and caused the world to have to self-examine itself. And in the modern context of things, that and even the size of the cabinet need to be looked at in the context of the modern day requirements. Not because you want to save $100,000 or this and that or the like. You have to look at it into what services are provided. And yes, persons have to be compensated commensurate with what they are providing and what the expenses are in the jurisdiction that they live in. You might get $50,000 in one jurisdiction and their milk and cheese might be a quarter of what the price is in Bermuda. But the last time I looked at it, eggs and others, commodities in this country, 3 of those items could take up 2 hours work worth of a person's work, the average person's work. And that can't be right. So let's not, try to play games on something so significant. And as we examine, as I mentioned, I headed up a Kwango from 1985 to 1993, and before I then went into my own business. And I had a contract. I had a 3-year contract with the government of Bermuda. I had to perform. That 3-year contract was approved for another 3 years and approved for another 3 and renegotiated during the 3rd. We may have to look at that. And at that time when Kwangos, there weren't as many Kwangos around, we reported to the ministry. Our finances went through a ministry. I knew the way works in engineering used to loggerheads with the accountant general, revenue accountants going heads up against expenditure accountants, different philosophies of counting beans. We had to toil in order to get our reconciliations to make sure that then we can get our audits done and have those reports before the legislature. I'm proud to say I can still show you all 8 of those. Senator Vance Campbell, good man that he is, was one of the first people to audit me back in 1985, 86. I remember those type of experiences. But as the head of a Kwango, my salary was tied to the PS 30 or 32 equivalent, based on an evaluation that came from where? That came from where Miss Judith Holbein was in that area. And if we needed an evaluation, and management service was step in. We had in-service providers within government that could look at these things. That's a far cry from where you have today. That's a far cry if you look at some of the government Kwangos and what they've morphed into, where persons are making, 3 times the amount that the premier is making. That can't be right either. Really can't. And all of that must be on the table right now as this country is in where we are. So all those agencies out there occupying a space that might say, "Oh, I'm going to do this," that has to be looked at, and I'm sure it will be looked at. Mr. Speaker, the CPA benchmarks that I'm very familiar with, myself and Honorable Member Ms. Gordon Pemberton and you, Mr. Speaker, were part of and played a very big part of the last CPA plenary in Uganda. We all gave presentations, mine, and we did well as a team. Represented Bermuda, but all of us have represented Bermuda in varying capacities. And we know when you go away to represent Bermuda, you're a team. You represent your country. And the CPA benchmarks, which got introduced in about 2008, 9, 10, I did a motion in the House in 2012 about it. I think another motion, I think the Honorable Member, Mr. Cole Simons, brought one when I wasn't a member of the legislature for a hiatus period. Brought a motion to it as well. There are CPA benchmarks that we fall short of. And some of it has to deal with remuneration. Some of it has to deal with services that members of parliament should have in order to be effective, the type of tools. A member of parliament, I've encouraged my daughter to get involved, and she's gone off and studied law. I'm very proud of the progress that she's making, because as a country boy in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I thought that, having a law degree brings some value, and she has passed that on. She's recognized that, but you don't have to be a lawyer. One of the most important things of being a parliamentarian is to be trustworthy and to have the trust of your people that you are representing. And so those who are, not that way inclined should have at their disposal resources. That's in the parliamentary back CPA benchmarks, as well as proper remuneration, and many other things are covered there. And why would, in 2020, a jurisdiction as sophisticated as Bermuda have to look at the CPA benchmarks for assistance in trying to change the mindset that would look at someone being paid at the lowest PS 1 or 2 on the scale to serve them and think everything's, wrong with, that's the way it should be and you should get less? That's because we came up in a system in this country where only the select few could make decisions for this country. Just like the same people who are heralding the late Dr. Eva Hudson, may she rest in peace, were not kind to her in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s and the 90s. They weren't. And from that point of view, we have to have some maturity, because if you didn't have the right connections to be able to be a part of the system that got labeled as the oligarch in Bermuda, the yacht clubs and those type of clubs, the hierarchical clubs that made the decisions before they came up on the days that they made parliament. And so that's where that type of disparity and appreciation for that type of disparity would have taken place, would have taken root. But now our circumstances, and I keep saying the here and now that we are in, we've got to look at the here and now. And the here and now will probably cause us to have to look at a reduced amount of persons going forward. And it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen at the next election. But it needs to be considered today. It needed to be considered before we come to the next election. And it needs to be implemented in the next sitting of the House as we move forward, because things like that don't happen on a dime. You can't do it. They're constitutional matters. But those are the type of things that we must look at as we restructure this country. And the private sector have a part to play, because the private sector need to maybe even look at the talent pool within the civil service of Bermuda as we're looking to growth. Because I get tired of hearing people say the only thing you got to do is open up the door and let more people into Bermuda, when Bermudians aren't even working and able to make ends meet in our country, and we can't afford this country even before COVID decided to show up on our doorsteps. We've got to make Bermuda fair for all of us. All that are here, especially those of us who are here and are Bermudian. That's the level of fairness that we need to look at. That's what real, true shared sacrifice looks like. Because it's not only shared sacrifice, but it's shared success going forward. The enlightened Bermuda needs to be a Bermuda that looks at Bermudians a lot better than it did in the past. And there are those of us who households of 3 and 4, where only one of us are even working during this current climate. And some of us call ourselves members of parliament too. And if it's one, I'm sure it's more than one. And I know it's at least one, and I know there's more than one. And I know it's more than one hand that I have too. And I'm sure it's not just on one side of the aisle as well. So as we look at where we are, Mr. Speaker, we are challenged, but I teach for a living now. I was a practitioner, considered myself a skillful one, an artist, I always believed. But in building things, tough times present opportunities. And we have an opportunity right now during these tough periods. And that's the way we need to look at going forward. And the spirit that we entered into COVID is the spirit we need to work hard to make and hold on to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Swan. We move on. Now recognize, I think, Honorable Member Moniz, would you like to make your contribution now? Honorable Member? No? We'll move on. Honorable Member Famous.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member. You have the floor.
I'm speaking from the western side of my house.
That side of your house.
Mr. Speaker, I find it humorous that previous speaker got up and talked about this is not real sacrifice, this is not real sacrifice. When I remember correctly, that honorable member was taking the pay of a full-time minister while they kept a full-time job.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The honorable member is misleading the House. At no time, and I believe he's speaking to me, he just said the honorable member, but at no time did I take a full-time salary while maintaining a full-time job. I was a part-time minister and I was paid as a part-time minister.
Thank you. Member, I think the honorable member just clarified us out.
I never called one name, but somebody was taking part-time minister pay and getting full-time pay at their job. But let's move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
You take point of order?
Yeah, the honorable member is misleading the House. If he's actually going to call out someone, then he needs to call that name. Because I recognize that our ministers, when we were government, those who had full-time jobs took part-time pay. So he needs to identify it.
No, I don't. Because I didn't call any names.
Thank you, honorable member. Opposition leader, honorable member, be mindful of the fact that there are brackets that will indicate what people were paid and were not paid and how they were paid when they set in different positions. So just be mindful that as you're guided by that as you make your comment.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Hello, yes.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague did get up and say the previous member who spoke,
I didn't call any names.
The previous member who spoke would have been MP Swan.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, moving on.
Yes, I was going to suggest you move on if you're not prepared to name an individual, but as I said before, the records will indicate how people were paid when they held different positions.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes. This is Minister De Silva. I just wanted to clarify what I just heard MP Famous say. And MP Famous, unless, and I stand to be corrected, but it seemed to me, the last thing that Mr. Famous said was that there were part-time ministers who were working a full-time job. And I'll leave it for him to clarify that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
I'm going to move on, Mr. Speaker. I think the point has been given. Mr. Speaker, I'm a union member. I've been a worker at Belco for 30 years. And at times when the economy is not doing well, under the PLP and under the UBP and under the OBA, management has come to the workers and says, look, things ain't going well. We need to talk. And you know what the workers say? They say, well, tell us how much of a cut you're taking first, and then we can talk. And I think this is a universal thing amongst union members and workers worldwide. The first thing that before anyone in positions of leadership can ask those who they lead to take a cut, they have to take a cut. Okay? That's first and foremost. So before people get up and pontificate about whether it's a cut, whether it's not a cut, all of that, that's kind of like technicalities. The point of the matter is that in the PLP caucus, and from what I hear in the OBA caucus, there was universal agreement that we have to do something as leaders in this country. That decision was made 3 weeks ago. We can get into the hows and whys, who said what, when, but that decision was made. But let me tell you something else, Mr. Speaker. Last year, informal, I keep use the word informal discussion was had amongst some of my colleagues about whether we should be looking for an increase in pay. Now, as you know, we can be very colorful in our deliberations, but the consensus was that the economy was still in a recovery mode, and we as leaders shouldn't be looking for a pay increase. So, decision was sent for this to go to under Dame Jennifer. She had I don't know what it's called, salary review. And the salary review committee came back and said no pay increase. No one grumbled. No one got up in arms. So I say this in respect to people that they make it sound as if the government or the opposition or the MPs are making some pile of money. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know that one of my things that I'm responsible for is stuff in the Caribbean. And I did some research, and guess what I found, Mr. Speaker? In BVI, MPs are paid $100,000. In Turks and Caicos, they're paid $80,000. In Cayman Islands, they're paid over $150,000. That's as an MP. Here we are in Bermuda, getting paid $56,000 as an MP. We're the lowest paid in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I read something from Cayman Islands?
Continue on, member.
This came out in the Cayman Compass a week ago. Premier Alden McLaughlin has said Cayman is not considering following the moves of Bermudian legislators who are set to take a 12.5% salary cut to help address the economic fallout of COVID-19 pandemic. Bermuda is the first, I'm going to repeat, Bermuda is the first British overseas territory to look at taking pay cuts due to economic hardship caused by coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, someone earlier, and I'm going to call a name, Honorable Pemplin from constituency 22 got up and said, we were shamed into taking a pay cut because everybody else was taking a pay cut. Here's some clarity, Mr. Speaker. The United States, not one parliamentarian has taken a pay cut. In the UK, not one parliamentarian has taken a pay cut. In Canada, not one parliamentarian has taken a pay cut. In Cayman Islands, not one parliamentarian has taken a pay cut. In BVI, not one parliamentarian has taken. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. There's only 3 islands that took a pay cut. In St. Lucia, just the cabinet took a pay cut. In Aruba, MPs took a pay cut. And in Nevis, just the cabinet took a pay cut. So for the honorable member to get up and say, we were shamed because everybody else was taking a pay cut is blatantly false.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes, I just wanted to correct, not just myself, honorable member indicated I was wrong. I was speaking about countries places that are actually, I won't take up his time, but there are several countries where parliamentarians took pay cuts. I was not specific.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just listed out the big countries and I listed out regional countries. So I'm waiting to hear where's this long list of countries that took a pay cut. I read from the Cayman Compass to show that we were the first British overseas territory to take a pay cut. So, Mr. Speaker, here's the thing, right? Even our parliamentary staff are getting paid, as you know, are getting paid below what their responsibilities are. But we do this we don't do this for the pay. We do this for the love of our people, right? What money we collect every month isn't no large amount of money. In Cayman Islands, they have 12 staff. 12. How much do we have under you, Mr. Speaker?
Not that many.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not half, probably. Half of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. They are getting paid, their MPs are getting paid $150,000 Cayman dollars per year. So I'm saying all this to say, right, that there's 36 MPs, yourself included. There are 11 senators, all of us, 47 parliamentarians. All of us agreed to a cut. I don't understand why all of a sudden is this showboating by certain folks about, oh, it's not a cut. Oh, this is kicking the can on you. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's the other. We are already at the lowest level of pay of parliamentarians in the Commonwealth. MPs in England are making $100,000 when you convert the money, Mr. Speaker. But again, it's not about the money. It's about the people. Every one of us are getting WhatsApps from constituents, or maybe not even constituents. People are fretting now about the end of unemployment benefits. How are they going to pay their bills? You don't think that weighs on our mind as the government and the opposition of how we're going to help our people out? If we have to take another cut next year, so be it. I mean, that's my personal opinion. Because it's not about the pay, it's about the people. Now, I'm not saying that some members who are vested in pensions, they have to get that sorted. Yes. But if it means we have to if the economy doesn't turn around because of extenuating circumstances, we have to be prepared to take another cut. So I'm going to close here, Mr. Speaker, right? Let us not get caught up in the weeds of that is a cut, your pension, this, that, the other. Let us understand, right, that we, the leaders of this country, have to set an example to those we lead. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I gratefully take a pay cut, and I know the majority of my fellow MPs on both sides gratefully take a pay cut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other Honorable Members who wish to speak? Mr. Honorable, let's see, Member Manis, have you been able to sort out your...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had the chat box open. I didn't realize while that was open I couldn't unmute, so I figured that out. I'm a bit slow, but I got there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a very interesting debate today. And of course, you know, you and I have both been around for a long number of years, and we've seen quite a few of these debates centering around the cost of government, not just the cost of government, but also the price of parliament, the price of democracy, and cost cutting and austerity measures. We've been around the block a few times and seen a lot of these. The member who spoke immediately before me, you know, I support much of what he said. I've always been of the view that parliamentarians in general in Bermuda are underpaid. When I came in, I think the salary for a normal member of parliament was about $12,000 back in the in the early 90s, 93, when I came in. I mean, it was a big deal during that time. I think when it was, I remember it was doubled to, I think, about 25,000. And people, you know, are desperately underpaid in a career where your time is not your own, where the job is 24/7, where you take a lot of flogging and abuse. And, you know, I know, and other members know, but certainly older members know, when you speak to what we call young members in the community, and that includes people up to 45, 50 years old. I'm 66 now. You speak to younger members in the community and you say, well, would you like to step up and come and sit in Parliament? And they just laugh at you. And they may have jobs in insurance companies or the accounting firms or business or banks. And they laugh at you. And of course, traditionally in Bermuda, if you were in those sort of jobs, you came into Parliament and you served for a relatively short period of time. It used to be around 10 years. If you came out of business, you weren't going to give up more than that. You were going to make your contribution in a set period of time. If you look at some of the more famous parliamentarians, they didn't serve for more than, you know, about 10 years. So I agree with him that it's an underappreciated job. I agree with him that parliamentarians in Bermuda are generally underpaid in comparison to other jurisdictions. I know that when this particular government set up a salary review committee or commission after they came into power in 2017, that we've never had a report. It's been, I don't know, at least 2 years since they set that committee up, and we've never had a report out.
I'll correct you, MP. That report has been tabled in this House.
And what were the recommendations, Mr. Speaker?
I'm not sure the recommendation off the top of my head, but I don't want to say that there has not been no outcome. There was a report.
Well, my recollection, well, I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. My recollection was the can was kicked down the road. It wasn't a substantive report. Anyway, I could be wrong on that. But in any case, nothing resulted from it that I recall. There was no action taken that I recall as a result by this government in terms of parliamentary salaries, etc. So, and anyway, in that view, I don't think any of us view us as being overpaid. And one of the other members, the Honourable Member Kim Swan, talked about the size of Parliament. It's one of the things I hear from time to time. Of course, in our time, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, of course, Parliament was reduced in size from 40 members back down to 36, which was the original size of it before. It went down, I think, around 2003 election. It went back to the old size that it was set up in 1968, I think. And that always worries me. You know, there are some islands to the south that have tiny parliaments. I mean, I'm talking about 10 members. And it's very difficult to imagine a democracy working effectively with so few members to get a full and extensive debating on important issues where you need a broad skill set. And it's one of the things I've spoken about very often, about needing people with skill sets. You need lawyers, you need accountants, you need people with a health background, you need people who are you know, from the grassroots community, who can give you a broad idea of what's going on in your society. And when you reduce Parliament to too small a size, you're not going to get those skill sets on both sides of the table. And so I just caution against members who think that they can do it on the cheap, or they can do it with a very small Parliament of, say, 20 members or less. I counsel against that. I don't think that would work well for democracy. And sometimes people come to me and they say, oh, well, Trevor, you know, we think you could do with less members of Parliament. We think you could do with less salary. And I say, all right, well, how few members of Parliament do you think we need? And the truth of, there are people out there who thinks, well, you know, we'd actually save money if we didn't have a Parliament. We didn't have all this democracy. And that's the danger. If you believe in a democratic society, you then got to figure out, well, what is going to produce the best democracy that we can get? And you want to, and the key to democracy, Mr. Speaker, of course, is that you have a change of power between the two sides. And that was always the problem in Bermuda. We went for 30 years without a change in power from one side to the other. And certainly a conversation I had with Dame Lois Brown Evans on many occasions, and certainly with Freddie Wade, as well as with members on my side, that wasn't healthy for our society as a whole. And we need a society where we can change back and forth. And the fact that they went to PLP, and went to the OBA, and now back to PLP, that's a sign of a vibrant democracy where you can have a change in power. What you don't want is to have a democracy where you have monolithic power, where you have one party that's in power forever. And those are societies you need to look out for. And there are a lot of those societies where there's only one party in power, and it becomes to look not very much like a democracy. And it's where you have increasing concern over political corruption, because as I spoke earlier today, Mr. Speaker, you need to have the transparency, you need to have the oversight of Parliament. And if you don't get that, if people become intimidated, they're afraid to speak out, then that's when you have problems. And all of you will remember that earlier this week we had an editorial from the daily paper where the editor was saying that the Premier had been critical of people who were criticizing him, and he was taking some affront at that. And I think there was some substance to it, that you've got to be very careful that when you're in power, you mustn't be seen to be saying people shouldn't be criticizing me. And I've heard some members say it today. Why are the opposition criticizing us? Well, the simple fact of the matter is that is the constitutional job of the opposition. They have only one job, and that is to critique the government. And, you know, when people say to me, well, why do you criticize government so much? I say, well, look, 95% of the acts that go through Parliament are done by cooperation and collaboration. But at all times, it's the responsibility of this government to be criticized by the opposition. And they have to accept that and not complain about it. It's not something they should be resisting. Now, with respect to this particular thing, it's complex. And if you allow me just 1 second, Mr. Speaker. Just hang on for 1 minute, please.
Yes.
With respect to this, what's being proposed today, we do agree with it on our side, but we point out to the government that it's far more complex than people realize, both with respect to members of Parliament and with respect to the civil service. There are knock-on effects on pensions. We've had members today being concerned about those knock-on effects, having not been warned about them in advance and had a chance to think about it, and it affects some members differently from others. So those are the things that we need to look at. The civil service did, as I recall, have an increase of something like 2.5% by this government, which was backdated for, I think, almost a year. So they have had an increase, unlike parliamentarians who have not. So now when the OBA went ahead and did their drop, we took a 10% drop for ministers, reduction, and the furlough day was 5% for civil service, and they got 1 day off per month in exchange. So that was the sort of bargain. So now ministers are saying they're going to take 15%. Perhaps the Premier and the Finance Minister could give us more details of what they're asking the civil service to give up in this process. And remember, the people who have been hardest hit, as a member Kim Swan said, were people in private industry, not in insurance. Ordinary, everyday people have had reductions to their salaries for the past 10 years, since 2008. But just beware, I'm warning the government that there are difficulties with what you're doing. We faced legal challenges when we were doing it. We faced marches, etc. The furlough day, of course, everyone forgets, was actually proposed by the union, although they objected to it later. Everyone has to remember that was the BPSU's proposal, which was accepted by the government for a period of 2 years. In any case, this is a difficult area, but we in the opposition accept it. But we point out some of the challenges and difficulties and how members of the public may view us as a result. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other honourable members who wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long, but I just wanted to address the fact that I understand that these are financial times that are unprecedented, and I appreciate that we have a cash crisis that we need to address. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we all work to pension off. I know that I'm always checking my pension to make sure that they're up to date, that they're being paid, and I'm always concerned that my pension is not going to cover me. Not so much when I first retired, but they say that the last 5 years of your life, when all the medical conditions creep up on you, and Bermuda doesn't offer long-term care insurance. And so you've got to have access to funds or a pension that can support you when those health challenges do arise. So I understand the need to invoke these unprecedented cost-cutting measures. I disagree that this is a wordsmithing exercise, as my colleague Michael Dunkley has said. It is a pension cut. It's not a salary cut. And to be honest, I'd actually prefer a salary cut and continued contributions to my pension. But at the end of the day, this is the decision that was made, and it's a two-edged sword. People need that monthly income to stay at the same level. So I appreciate the challenges that we face with it. I agree with MP Burgess that the cut should extend across the board, but I'm also made to understand, and particularly the judiciary and other hierarchy. But I understand that that can't be done because there are some constitutional protections that they are afforded because of their role. I also note that my colleague MP Simmons is also correct. We will suffer at the back end, and we will suffer at the back end at a time when we don't have earning power to try to make up or recoup what we have not been able to put in to our pensions. And to be honest, when we've afforded people the opportunity to access their pensions, and when we made that decision, that just made me crazy.
I don't think it's a point of order. What's that?
Speaker, I think the opposition unintentionally you can point out to us where in the Constitution of the judiciary getting protection on extension from people.
Thank you. Deputy?
Yes.
Deputy, you got your point of order? Yeah.
I didn't hear.
The deputy speaker raised a point of order. He was just asking for clarification on your point in reference to the judiciary having protection against their salary being cut like the rest of the civil service.
Okay, I will come back to my honorable colleague on that. That was information that was given to me, so I will get that information and revert back to him. If that's
Thank you.
So
continue.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague MP Fame has stated that we are the first MPs to take pay cuts in the Caribbean. And just to clarify, in Aruba, the ministers and their advisors and MPs will take a 20% salary pay cut, and other public servants are taking a 12.5% pay cut. And their salaries are also being reduced in the other two Dutch countries. In New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, which is in the Caribbean, I know, but in New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern and her ministers are taking a 20% pay cut. So she's taking a pay cut. Her government ministers and public service chief executives are taking a pay cut. However, not all MPs are being required to take a pay cut. In St. Lucia, their
point of order. Mr. Speaker, again, I'm going to quote the Cayman Compass of May 25th. Bermuda is the first can I say that again? Bermuda is the first British overseas territory to look at taking pay cuts due to economic hardship caused by coronavirus. I never said we were the first in the Caribbean. I specified British overseas territory. Distinct difference.
Thank you, honorable member.
Although I do take the honorable member's point, but I just wanted clarity to bring some clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I appreciate the clarity, and your point is taken. So there are other jurisdictions that are taking pay cuts, and as I said, these are unprecedented times, and we have to we have to share the sacrifice. So that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable member, you were brief. Thank you. Any other member wish to speak? Any other member? No other member? That bringing us to a close on this matter? Brings us to a close of this matter. Thank you, members, for your contribution this afternoon. And now we can do the third readings of the matters that were done today. So the ministers who had matters done earlier today, are you ready to do your third reading? So I call on the Premier first to do the third reading for the Summary Offences Amendment Act 2020. We're going to come back to the Premier. Second matter is here as well. Minister Silver. Oh, yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Premier?
My apologies. I'm very sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank honorable members for their particular contribution to this particular debate. It is without question an emotional debate on many different things. Yes?
I'd actually been doing because you hadn't responded.
Well, we can be done, Mr. Speaker. I'm fine.
I moved on to the third reading for the matters that were ahead of us. That have been done, so your ministers could do that third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I have no particular issue. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to do your third reading on your two bills?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled the Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 be now read for a third time by its title only.
Any objections to that? No objections. Continue on, Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill entitled the Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 be now read by a third time by its title only and passed.
No objections. The matter has been read for a third time by its title and is now passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes?
Sure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled the Summary Offences Amendment Act 2020 be now read for the third time by its title only.
Any objections? No objections. Continue on, Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Summary Offences Amendment Act 2020 be now read for a third time by its title only and passed.
Any objections to that? No objections. It has been read the third time by its title and now passed. Minister De Silva.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2020 be now read the third time by its title only.
Are there any objections to that? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill read a third time by its title only and passed.
Members, are there any objections to the bill be read the third time by its title and passed? No objections. The bill has been read the third time and has now passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Premier. Mr. Premier?
I'm here, Mr. Speaker.
Announce that closing part of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable House do now adjourn until Friday, June 19th.
19th of June. Does any member wish to speak to that, or we'll go to him now?
Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that a number of my members wish to speak.
Mr. Speaker.
So that my witness provided that information to you.
You must have thought I was going to hit the devil real quick that time, Mr. Premier.
I'm just making sure, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that my members have the opportunity to speak.
Listen, I hear one of your members. Who's that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where my name is on the order list, but I want to make sure that gavel didn't fall.
I understand that the deputy speaker is on top of your list this evening, so I'm going to call on the deputy speaker to make his remarks now.
That's quite fine. I will move down the batting order.
Okay. Deputy Speaker, you have the right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the protest march in America for the outright brutal murder of George Floyd, I think, was the impetus for some protest march in Bermuda. And I'm all for protest march, having participated in many of them in this country, Mr. Speaker. But I get concerned when I see on social media and been told about that the police commissioner will join in the march. Mr. Speaker, my concern is because when this parliament, the supreme power makers in the country, selected by the Speaker of this House a joint select committee to look into the matters that occurred on December the 2nd, 2016, when seniors were pepper sprayed by the police. Mr. Speaker, I do know, having read the report shared by Honorable Member Kim Swan, they summoned the police twice, and the commissioner would not let the police appear before the Joint Select Committee. In fact, he came himself and answered all the questions. One who was not even in Bermuda when that occurred. Mr. Speaker, I am really concerned about the behavior of this police commissioner. Just last summer, he defaced a police car to participate in a protest march. Mr. Speaker, the police commissioner violated the rules of this country when he went overseas to interview and hire a non-Bermudian without even advertising it in Bermuda. Now, this same police commissioner, who is commonly referred to by a lot of folks as the Commissioner of Public Relations, wants to participate in this march. And I don't mind anyone participating in the march because that is their right. But you cannot come to this country and violate the rules, policies, the norm of this country and think you can do as you like. It does not happen that way in Bermuda. I would ask the police commissioner to be the police commissioner because Black lives matter in this country. Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the legacy of Government House, that legacy is one of white supremacy. People may say, well, this MP is none of what he's talking about. But I can prove it. I can prove it, Mr. Speaker. You look at the history of Government House. When under British rule, Sally Bassett was brutally murdered, marched from west end of the country, stopped every 30 steps and beaten until she arrived in town. Then they burned her alive based on their accusations. never writing about what the victim of whom she was accused of poisoning, never mentioning what that person had done. Shelley Bassett's life mattered. Reverend Monk, Reverend Tobic, Reverend Tweed's life matters in this country. War vets that went overseas to World War I and II came back in this country, particularly black war vets, and could not get a government job. You don't know what happened. A lot of those guys basically drank themselves to death because they could not get a job, couldn't feed their families after going overseas to fight for world peace, Mr. Speaker. Those lives matter. Dr. Reddy, Dr. Gordon, Audie Simmons, their lives matter in this country, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Ball, Molly Burgess, Chris Farrett, Eddie Ball, their lives matter in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. Then we have Dr. Brown trying to give him a slow death, having an investigation lasting over 8 years and continuing, costing the taxpayers millions of dollars. Dr. Brown's life matters in Bermuda also. And I just want to remind us, when we march, we must remember these folks also, because their lives matter. And people will say, well, why are you bringing up the history? Don't question the feelings of us that survive. Don't question the feelings of their relatives that survive, because it matters to them and they hurt the way that their loved ones are being treated. We got to think of those that were wrongfully convicted and incarcerated. Their lives matter. The riggers that were brought to Bermuda, those 4 riggers, their lives matter. Their life is just as important as anybody else. Dr. Hodson, the late Dr. Eva Hodson, Lynn Winfield, her lives matter. Her life matter. All those workers, foreign workers and Bermudan workers, particularly the foreign workers who've been exploited up until today in this country, their lives matter also. Bermudians doing the same jobs as their white co-workers, but being paid less. Those lives matter to me also. Dr. Kenneth Robinson, an educator, they label him as a communist, came back to Bermuda, never being late in his mortgage payment. And because of his involvement in trying to change things for the betterment of people, and particularly black people, they recall his mortgage. His life mattered, and his family touched like everybody else, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about what the police are doing, led from Government House, I know Government House would not have approved through pepper spray if those protesters were senior white folks. They would have never done that, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Brown, they have continuously persecuting him based on allegations, and they continue to investigate him. And it's the dangerous part about investigating for 8 years, because if you would have found something, you would have brought it to the courts and tried to convict him. But the danger is that 8 years, you will find something, you'll make up something, I should say, just in order to save face for the embarrassment of wasting this money and try to charge him for something he knows nothing about. It's been done before. Our people have been killed, lynched, because of false allegations based on a conclusion that some white folks came to and lynched our people. We had whites in this country. We had a secret police file stolen And when it was found in the possession of the Auditor General, Larry Dennis, he said the former police commissioner gave to him. The governor didn't initiate any investigation. Another case concerning an MP, drugs in his container. In fact, there was an investigation, and the investigation was called upon to be ceased. Why? These are all white folks now, Mr. Speaker. The 1998 auditor's report states that $16 million was not collected because the people, and the law firms, and I venture to say most of them were white law firms, or all of them, undervalued assets in order to pay less monies to the government. And the government house did not order an investigation. Then one can receive a stolen file, and the person that gave it to them, they both were named. There was not an investigation on this here. All in the hands of the governor. But based on an allegation, they investigate Dr. Brown for 8 years and continue spending millions of dollars. They went and busted Dr. Reddy, his house, like he's some common criminal, and took patients' files. For what? For another doctor to say that Dr. Reddy or Dr. Brown should have gave him Francis instead of Tylenol? What nonsense that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the contention that all lives matter in this country, regardless of your complexion of your skin. And Mr. Speaker, people don't want to talk about racism in this country. But let me give my version of that. Mr. Speaker, how do you gauge the improvement of racism in this country? Well, you can gauge it. One way I think to gauge it is by the income equality. Something Dr. Eva Hudson talked about many times. If it widens, it means race relations ain't getting any better. And that's what's happening in Bermuda. The gap continues to get bigger. That means race relations is not getting any better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know of in Bermuda. I was told last year by a business owner, a black business owner. He was buying a product from a local wholesaler. And he was in the same business as a white company. And what the wholesaler was doing, he was selling this product cheaper to the white firm than to the black firm. That is outright racism to the highest degree. I will not name that wholesaler, but they know who they are because the owner approached that company, Mr. Speaker. And the company told them, well, this company's been open so many years. And the reply, this black owner said, well, I've been with you for over 30 years. Pronounce it. So, Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with protests. Like I said, I've been in many of them. And I agree with them, Mr. Speaker. Just one last thing, Mr. Speaker, is that they done a survey not so long ago. I heard it on television on the news probably about 2 weeks ago. And I think the survey was held in Boston. And it was a survey of the wealth of blacks and whites. And what the survey said is that the average white family in, I think it was Boston, they were worth about $258,000. The average wealth of a black family was $8. Now, it may not be like that in Bermuda, it may not be $258 to $8, but I can assure you, it's that same type of wealth between blacks and whites in this country, and it's not getting any better. It's getting worse, because if you look at the income disparity in this country, you'll see that the disparity just increases every year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I won't forget, I remember in the 70s, a colonel in the Army, the early 70s, Colonel Darling. It was a disturbance in the country, and the Army was embodied. And probably the second night of the embodiment, second or third night, the commander kicked about at least 20 black people out of the Army. Why? There was no reason. Well, there was a reason. We weren't given a reason. They said it's just a discharge. It's not a dishonorable. But they were kicked out because they were black. Those lives matter. And then another one, Mr. Speaker, right from Government House again, it was the selection or appointment of a colonel in the Army. And it was between a black Bermudian, very well qualified, and a white Bermudian. And during the final meeting on selection of one of the two, the black one was told, and the black one was miles ahead in all the testing. And he was told by the governor that you're young, you got plenty of time, and they gave the appointment to the white Bermudian. And the only reason he didn't get the job, obviously wasn't qualifications or knowledge, is because he was black. And I just urge our marchers, don't forget these people. Don't forget George Floyd or any of the others that have been brutally murdered in Bermuda, in the United States, all over the world. You see the protest is all over Europe, and rightfully so. And we must remember all of that. George Floyd being the impetus for these protest marches. Time has come where we must treat everybody equal, and not just treat them equal, but pay them like you pay white folks, so we can eradicate this racism that exists in the world today, and particularly Bermuda, because this is where I stay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Deputy. Is there any other members to speak at this time?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
yes, Mr. Speaker.
I heard a female voice there. This madam.
Yes, it's Renee.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. How you doing?
MBB. I heard your case. Thank you before MP Famous, but I was going to do the ladies first. Being a gentleman as I am, how's that?
Okay, well, I hope
would you like to make your contribution now?
Yes, I would, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead, my dear.
I'm going to first say this here. I hope my voice doesn't sound like MP Famous's voice, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it's sounding clear because he is on the west side. I hope you're on the west side of your house down in the
And Mr. Famous is in Georgia supporter, so it's okay. We'll go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to use my time today in the mission to adjourn to actually speak to what is very topical, not just in Bermuda, but around the world. And that is the videos of Black Americans' lives being lost at the hands of the police. Mr. Speaker, I've often heard this statement, and I believe it to be a very true one, is injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And I think that as a country, we have some ways to go, and part of that is that we need to get comfortable talking about the uncomfortable. Mr. Speaker, I could tell you this here, that the first time I saw the video relating to George Floyd, I almost couldn't believe what it was that I was watching.
And it almost makes me feel sick to think that we live in a world where this type of stuff happens. Mr. Speaker, it's easy to understand why Bermudians are horrified and they joined in to have a protest calling for justice, because sometimes we like to, I don't know if it's trying to be smart about it, but we often say that when America sneezes, we catch a cold. But I can tell you one thing for sure, that that's not one cold or sneeze that I'd like to catch, because I think we highlight George Floyd because it's recent, it's current, but there are many stories like George Floyd. And I think of women, for instance, you have a Breonna Taylor, you have Sandra Bland, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Philando Castile, and countless others who really should be enjoying and celebrating their life today. And it's for this reason that we must call for justice as long as it's necessary to right these things. Mr. Speaker, lots of us have loved ones in the United States, family, friends, colleagues, and I'm pretty sure that none of us want to see any of them fall victims to this type of violence. So today, I speak out, we speak out in support of them. I guess when you got down to the nitty-gritty of it, Mr. Speaker, this whole struggle resonates well with us, because in some way we've probably either experienced racism or we heard stories about it from our ancestors, our families, our aunties, and our stories can go back as far as when the first slave actually came across the Atlantic, not just to Bermuda, but to the United States, various countries. Mr. Speaker, for me, and this is just my personal side of my contribution, is that my son chose a university in the United States when he chose universities. I could say, like, you're proud on one side of it because you're like, yes, your son, my son was going off to university. And then the other side of it was the worry that immediately came with this decision to go to school in the United States. And although I trusted him to make the right decision, Mr. Speaker, I was keenly aware that there's going to be variables that would be outside of his control, and that his skin color would impact the experiences that he would have with this. Mr. Speaker, is nothing worse, but also almost like a check of a necessary that we have to say to my husband's a police officer, had to have that conversation with my son about what to do should he find himself in a place of being stopped by the police while he was in school. And we had to tell him, keep your hands up, don't mouth, be compliant, all of these things that when you really stop and you think about it, it's horrific in thought, right? But could potentially save his life. It's shameful to think that we are in 2020 and we still are fighting this fight. My hope is that our communities can work together to find solutions. And I don't know if you can, because I've been around now for my short space of time, and it's it seems like the conversations are getting more and more difficult to hear. But my hope remains that our strength as a community, which has been demonstrated in the inspiring fashions by our ancestors, will keep us going. It also is a great opportunity for us to reflect, Mr. Speaker, on our communities, and in particular, I guess, Black communities. In Bermuda, I think we're blessed because we live in our lives freshly. We don't have to deal with the racial violence in modern day Bermuda. But just because we don't deal with the violence doesn't mean that we don't have to deal with the significant challenges that many face systematically as they try to live a quality and dignified life. And then that sometimes gets compounded with the erosion of our sports club, things within our education system that have probably also shown us that our students face different kinds of challenges from students to adults. Mr. Speaker, our job as politicians isn't easy, and it's critical that we get it right while we have the opportunity. For some people, Mr. Speaker, Obama is like the forever president because I think we never thought we would ever see that day. And certainly for me, especially being a Black woman, his wife, Michelle, she was a class act. She set a standard for all women to follow. But if I'm honest, watching the Obama and at that time, his Attorney General, Eric Holder, come together to discuss solutions gave me pause. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because you never know what you want to do in office or what you can do while you're in office. I want to be the type of legislator who does the absolute most. It's funny, my kids say that all the time, and they say something, they say, yeah, that was the most. And they mean it in a very positive way, that you want to do the most. I want to do the most that I can. Mr. Speaker, in 8-10 years from now, I don't want to be discussing how we could fix the problems that exist today in 2020. I want to be discussing opportunities and power and what we did that was necessary. I don't want to be in a position where we have to advise on fixing the problems we face. I want to be part of the team that helps to find the solutions and drive the change that we so desperately need. Mr. Speaker, I'll say it here, like, I'll stand on my feet if and say I stand ready to work. In our country where rent prices continue to rise, wages and salaries don't seem to come up as quickly, we're losing even a month's salary could put a family in financial ruin. And many sometimes are choosing to vote with their feet and go to other places because they just can't afford to live here. And really dream of raising a family sometimes is becoming unattainable. We have to accept the gravity of the problems that we face. Mr. Speaker, our problem isn't just to highlight that there are two Bermudas. Our job is to remedy that and to find solutions. Mr. Speaker, as a woman, I look forward to seeing the day that we can see women in leadership across the spectrum. Now, Mr. Speaker, I may be asked why I'm a certain gender into this, but I am a woman. And then I remember, like, when you go back, Mr. Speaker, and I do recall in the 90s, when you got to see radical shifts in Bermuda and political shifts, social shifts. And a lot of that actually came when the PLP became the government. And it's times like this that I fondly remember ushering in like just a whole new phase, a whole new era where we could set a course and Black Bermudian women were able to see some change and some glass ceilings even removed from them. And I'm pleased to note, Mr. Speaker, that Black women in Bermuda have occupied the following posts that drove change: Premier, Leader of the Opposition, Attorney General, Ministers of Home Affairs, Public Safety, Principals of Cedar Breed and Berkeley, Executive Director of the Bermuda International Business Association, President of the Bermuda Chamber, Chairman of the BMA, Mayor of St. George's, Permanent Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, I highlight just a few to show that we have adequate Black women around the table who are critical to achieving equity. We don't just need to pay on our part. We recognize that we want to be recognized as legitimate partners in this movement and in life. I applaud my colleagues, my female colleagues of color who have stepped up to the plate to serve, because it's not easy. And I know that they do it for love, for passion. Mr. Speaker, we still must do more. As Black women, we've historically proven to be the backbone in our communities, and that's socially and politically. If I have to, Mr. Speaker, just take a minute to quote her, because I often read her quotes, Angela Davis, and she says, Black women have had to develop a larger vision of our society than perhaps any other group. They've had to understand white men, white women, and Black men. And they've had to understand themselves. When Black women win victories, it's a boost for virtually every segment of society. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I thank you for this time. And again, I pay respect to the Black Americans who have lost their lives, and in Bermuda, those who have been challenged with the exact same things. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak at this time?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as my other two colleagues have spoken, we are actually trying to survive two deadly viruses. One is corona, and the other is racism. Mm-hmm. And the world has shown that they're tired. I know I'm tired. And like MP Ming, I have watched that George Floyd video repeatedly. I have colleagues who have said that they can't watch it, but I watch it because I can't believe somebody can be so inhumane. And I watch as that man leaves his knee on that man's neck. And this man is calling for his mother, who is dead. And this policeman nor his colleagues were moved by that. I can't understand why people think that Black lives are so irrelevant that it's okay to do that and be completely dispassionate and not think that there's going to be any consequences, or indeed there shouldn't be any consequences, particularly because you're a police officer. Mr. Speaker, today is Breonna Taylor's birthday, and she would have been 27. She was killed unnecessarily. Ahmaud Arbery, it took 2 months for the police to bring charges against that man, and that was only because of a national outcry. This has been going on for 400 years. Mr. Speaker, the New York Times last year did a project called 1619, and it highlighted the beginning of American slavery, and it demonstrated how America and the wealth of Americans was built on the back of slaves, and how the people in that country who now hold the concentrated amount of wealth got it because of the chattel that picked cotton and ran farms and acted as wet nurses to their children. 400 years later, we're still in the same position. Black Lives Matter started in 2013. 7 years later, we're still fighting. Trayvon Martin, all who have died at the hands of police. My son is a Black male incarcerated in Florida for 18 years for being addicted to drugs. He doesn't deserve an 18-year sentence. There are white people who have committed murder that get 10 years suspended sentence. But that's the world that we live in. And as much as I pray for change and wish that change would happen, I actually don't see it. I see that the world is in an uprising. One of my colleagues, Sylvan Richard, noted that most of the protesters here are the younger generations who are just not going to settle for the same thing that we have settled for themselves going forward. I hope that the protests do bring about the necessary change that is needed. Mr. Speaker, my father was a pilot in the Air Force, and we were stationed in Bermuda when I was a young girl. He was a captain in the Air Force in charge of white men. And my father could not play golf at Castle Harbor, but the men who were under him, who were white, could play. It bothers me that I can't go and just walk into Coral Beach or mid-ocean, but white people can just walk into Blue Waters or Spinning Wheel or Places Place and sit down and have a drink and expect to be served and expect to be accepted. But they wonder why we think that we should have that same acceptance and expectation. It's unfair, and change has to come. But my biggest question, and I raised this on a Facebook Live that I did, is what would make us happy as Black people in terms of reparations, or what is it that we want white people to do or to say that will help us understand the reasons why they did or do what they do? What will we be willing to accept? Because it's a twofold thing. We want the respect, we want the reparations, but will that be enough? And at some point, we've got to make some decisions about what acceptance is going to be for us. And white people have to determine what sort of reparations or restitutions they're going to be willing to offer. And as uncomfortable as it might be, we find somewhere in the middle to continue to go forward. But Mr. Speaker, there are, notwithstanding the challenges that we are facing worldwide in terms of our racism, we also have concerns back here at home. And while the eyes have been on the global stage, we still have to come back to Bermuda. We've got concerns about this Mr. Rizzuto that's going to be replacing the Consulate General. And it's concerning to me because he was rejected in Barbados, and the only reason that he's going to be able to be placed in Bermuda is because he doesn't have to be approved in the Senate. And, some people have said to me, well, the U.S. consulate isn't a real role and he's not going to do much and he can't cause much harm. Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe his values reflect what the values of what we have here in Bermuda. And, I went on the State Department website to look at his portfolio and to look at his biography. And the state website, if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, said that he will lead a team whose mission is to protect U.S. citizens in Bermuda and deepen the strong economic and cultural ties between the United States and Bermuda. Now, his resume does not line up with the responsibility that he is given for his job in Bermuda. So, I believe that this is probably just a favor that he's been given. But Mr. Speaker, we have many things to talk about and think about. And while we have been focused on the global stage, I'd like to come back to Bermuda and talk about the challenges that we're facing. The Premier has done a good job with his press conferences and disseminating information and keeping the public up to date about the things that are going on with the virus. We have now, we're now in process of entering phase 3. And we have been very fortunate that we have not had the drain on our healthcare system in terms of the virus that other countries have had. But, Mr. Speaker, the real test and measure is going to start on June 13th, when the economic support is coming to an end. What are we going to do about the joblessness and the jobs that are just not going to come back? This week, the unemployment rates came out and U.S. unemployment fell by 13.3% in May. And Mr. Speaker, we were already facing financial challenges as a country. We were in financial decline. Our retail sales index, which is a major economic indicator, has been in decline for a while. And we've had businesses close up prior to COVID-19. And our economic woes actually began in 2017, 2018. We've had businesses who've not been able to give their employees a raise. We've had businesses who have downsized. And we have people now who are wondering how they are going to get from day to day, let alone week to week, trying to pay their rent and trying to do all of the things that they need to do to run their household. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to think about what's going to happen on July 1 when Mrs. Smith's rent is due or mortgage is due and her tenant can't pay her the rent. So Mrs. Smith is at home with no lights, no food, can't get her medicine because her tenant can't pay her rent. Her tenant can't feed her children because she doesn't have a job. The government assistance program has run out. Financial assistance is going to be completely burdened. And, you know, people actually think that the government has an endless pot of money. They have no understanding of what it takes to run a country. And unlike the United States, we can't just go print money if we run out. So the challenges that we face are going to be grave. 6 months down the road is where the test is going to be. And that's where the rubber is going to meet. That's where the rubber is going to meet the road. And it's going to be a challenge. You know, we have, there was a survey by the nonprofits, and they're anticipating that 60% of charities are going to close because they can't receive the donations that they need to support the third sector of our community. And if I can just read you some statistics, Mr. Speaker, the 83 nonprofits that we have in Bermuda have contributed $39,169,975 to our economy. Most of the volunteers are the seniors, and they've had to cut back on volunteering because of the virus and because of the risk as a vulnerable person. In 2019, 52% of the charities did not meet their fundraising goals, and that was because we were already facing a decline in our economy. 42% anticipated that they had a 3-month surplus. 65% anticipated they had a 6-month surplus. 29% had to let employees go or they had to implement a hiring freeze. And 4% had to reduce their health benefits and other benefits. So we're going to face some serious economic challenges, Mr. Speaker. You know, did we ever really come out of the 2008 financial challenge? You know, there were some steps taken. The OBA did things and put economic measures in place with America's Cup that contributed $335 million to the economy. And I know members on the other side will argue that, you know, we had to pay money to make money. But at the end of the day, it was still $335 million that was injected into our economy. We had the World Triathlon Association that was also a contributor to our bottom line. We've got the airport project that is going to finish soon, and we've got, I think, the St. Regis that will finish soon. But what do we have on the horizon, Mr. Speaker? And I understand that COVID-19 has put a spanner in the works, but that's in 2020. The government was elected in 2017. FinTech has not blossomed into the business line that we all hoped that it would. And where are we going to be with that? You know, in addition to not being able to develop a business line, we also now have the challenge of how we're going to open up our borders, how are we going to get people into this country, how are we going to get foreign investment into this country. We have to look at international business, which has been a huge sustainer of our economy, Mr. Speaker. Right now, our economy is dependent on tourism and international business. And approximately 75% of the 500 top American companies have captive insurance companies in Bermuda. That's a lot of companies. That's a lot of business. That's a lot of revenue. And IB will stay here as long as they believe that Bermuda has advantages and as long as those advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And if I can give you some statistics, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, international business contributed an estimated $1.97 billion into the country last year. The largest single contribution was salaries, and they paid a staff of a total of $473 million. And they also paid $47 million to the government through payroll tax. $10 million was paid in other taxes, and rents and services amounting to more than $50 million came from IB. In addition, charities got $8 million in donations and scholarships. So the third sector is an area that is really going to suffer from the struggles of the economy. And we have got to figure out a way that we can support that third sector. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we are looking at with the cabinet shuffle the other day that the premier is now going to take over casino gaming. And Mr. Speaker, that legislation passed in 2014, and we have not seen any successful movement since 2017 in terms of getting a gaming commissioner. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that horse is so dead that the flies won't even touch it. So what are we going to do to jumpstart our economy? And I know that the gaming is not a panacea, but it is an amenity that when people travel, it's something that they look forward to. My concern is how much money has been spent in salaries and rents and other overhead to keep the Casino Gaming Commission going, and we're not getting any return. So I would like to know what we're doing with that, where we're going with that. Mr. Speaker, Bermuda is a country of no. We have no natural resources, no oil, no gas, no petroleum. We're also a country of no in terms of our policy. So people here don't necessarily have security of tenure. They can't get citizenship. The opportunity for them to buy a house has to be at an inflated level. We've got to make some new decisions, and we have to be open to new ideas. And immigration is a very, very uncomfortable topic. I know that it is. And I know that there are things that we are going to have to do that we're not going to want to do. I get it. I believe that Bermudians should be employed in the jobs that they have the skill sets for and the qualifications. Absolutely, they should be first. But I also think that we have to have an understanding of the fact that we have an immigration department and a work permit policy because we actually do have jobs that can't be filled by Bermudians. No, I'm not saying that there are not foreigners who are preferred over Bermudians. There are, and that's wrong. I have seen the immigration ads that are written specifically to exclude Bermudians, and that is wrong. But we also have to acknowledge that we just don't even physically have the number of people on this island, number of Bermudians, to fill all the jobs that we have. And we have to reconcile ourselves to that. Not only that, a lot of times that the jobs that foreigners fill are complementary to jobs that Bermudian have. So that it's not, yes, I agree that foreigners in some instances do displace Bermudians. Absolutely. But I also think that we have to come to terms with the fact that we just don't have enough people for all of the jobs that we have here. We have to ensure, in terms of our immigration policy, that companies are training up Bermudians and apprentices. We have to. A lot of these insurance companies get these people in here and they don't want to train up Bermudians. I've had people come and talk to me about the people that are their supervisors and the things that they do and the way that they treat them. And it's unfair. You know, I've said before that an insurance firm will hire somebody, so they'll hire me and a white person that's an expat, and they'll get a different salary, they'll get a housing allowance, they'll get all kinds of benefits that I don't get. And I actually got into an argument with a gentleman because when I made the statement that expats come here and get better benefits and live better than Bermudians, and that has to stop, and he tried to argue with me and say that that wasn't a fair statement. Well, if somebody is getting more money, a housing allowance, and all kinds of other benefits, and I'm getting the standard benefits, by default, that person is going to be living better than I do. That's a no-brainer. So I'm not saying that there are not issues that we need to address with immigration, but I also think that on balance, we have to recognize that we don't have an economy that we can sustain ourselves. You know, we've looked at Caroline Bay, and I've been approached by Brian Dupereau and Tom Lawrence about, you know, why can't we get this thing going? And, you know, I don't know what the challenges are with the numbers, but if there's a way that we can make it work and we have people that are willing to invest in our economy, which will create jobs and which will assist with the deficit, then why not look at it? I'm not saying that that has to be the answer, but we're going to have to consider some things that we are not going to like. You know, they say in Mary Poppins, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Well, we might just have to take that spoonful of sugar while we take this medicine. It is not going to be easy, but the times that we are facing and the challenges that we are facing are not like any that we have ever faced before. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, I am 61, and any policies and legislation that we are enacting now should be for the benefit of our children's children who are not concerned about the same things that we care about. They're not so concerned about gender or race or, you know, our children want to be transient. They don't even want to buy houses. They want to be able to put their computers and go wherever they want to go. So we have to be forward thinking in the things that we're doing as we are trying to create a sustainable country and economy that our children and their children's children can enjoy.
Let me remind you, just in the last minute of your allotted time.
1 minute, what? Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute left there.
Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, now, I don't know if the Premier is...
One black minute.
He does like to quote Dr. Spock. So I'm going to quote one of the favorite things that he says, and it comes from the Wrath of Khan episode, where Khan has set off a device and the spaceship is going to blow up. And Captain Kirk says to Scott, we need warp speed or we're all dead. And then Spock leaves and goes to this radiation room, and he says, and he gets radiated, and Captain Kirk says, why did you do this? And Spock says, don't grieve, Admiral, it is logical. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. So we need to look at the needs of the many and figure out how we are going to support them. Live long and prosper.
Thank you, member. I didn't realize you were such a Trekkie fan. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Famous, it sounds like my friend from the east who likes to talk from the west side of his house.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'm sitting on the west side of my house, which is in Devonshire East. Anyway,
That's
Mr. Speaker.
It's a clear reception. As long as you stay on the west side of your house, I'll hear you nice and clear. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. I listened to the previous members' impassioned speeches, and forgive me if some things sound like they are echoing what they say, but I guess we're on the same tip today. Let me address something. Black Lives Matter. I want to start off about 2 men who've been, I don't want to say murdered, but 2 men who get vilified in the press. 2 black men who stand up for black people. I want to talk about Junior Minister Jamal Simmons and now Labor Minister Jason Hayward. I want to thank Junior Minister Simmons for his years of service, especially over the last 3 months, bringing communication to the people during this pandemic. And now Labor Minister, Mr. Jason Hayward, for his years of service to the labor movement in this country. They both get vilified by the press and in the press. So let me start off by saying thank you to those 2 black brothers. Let me move on to something the last speaker said, Mr. Speaker. We talk about Black Lives Matter, but when we look at our possible economic solutions, the first thing we're looking at is how to let more white people in this country. It says something about our economic structure, that the only way we can save ourselves economically is by, well, we've got to look at bringing in white people. Let's be real. When people talk about opening the doors of immigration, they ain't talking about letting people from the Caribbean come here. They ain't talking about letting people from Africa come here. They're talking about one set of people. So we have structural racism in this country where even our own black people think the only way to save ourselves is to get more white people here. That is a problem. Mr. Speaker, Like everybody else, 2 weeks ago, we watched a black man get slaughtered in front of our eyes. For some of us, it was shocking. For some of us, it was like, oh, okay, another black man slaughtered. Oh, we've seen this before. Emmett Till. Anybody remember him? We didn't see that on video, but he got slaughtered because a white woman lied and said, oh, he whistled at me. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a black man was bird watching. A black educated Harvard man was bird watching, and a white woman on camera went into method acting. Oh, an African American man is attacking me. Come now. If that man didn't have that video, he would probably been slaughtered too. So we're used to black men being slaughtered. It's been happening for 400 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I got attacked from one of my constituents who says their children want to go to the demonstration. No, okay, nothing shocking. But these are people who, on surface, somebody will say, hey, they wouldn't be at a Black Lives Matters demonstration. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we have historical racism in this country. Allow me to read something from the Royal Gazette, please, Mr. Speaker. Something brief. In Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, the only time we've had mass protests, including white people, have been when they protest against the PLP. 2003, mass protests at Government House against constitutional changes to ensure one man, one vote. 2009, mass protests at Cabinet Grounds. Remember that, Mr. Speaker? Against 4 Uyghurs being brought to Bermuda. A year later, 10 years this month, next month, mass protests at the House of Assembly against proposal for municipality reform. People spit on the car being driven by Minister Zanes de Silva. I remember distinctly former AG, Mr. Mark Pettengill, saying that day he was ashamed to be white. So fast forward, we got some white people saying they're going to this march because Black Lives Matter. Well, I'm a little concerned. And like the Deputy Speaker, I hope this march isn't solely about Mr. George Floyd, Brother George Floyd. Because you know why, Mr. Speaker? We have a long list of things of why Black Lives Matter in this country. Allow me to read these out, please, Mr. Speaker. Black Lives Matter when people of equal qualifications can get a job in our country. The honorable member from constituency 30 just spoke about her own experiences or people's experience in insurance where you get one black person hired and you get a white person hired, but the white person gets housing allowance, the white person gets this, the white person gets that, and the black local don't get that. But they're equally qualified doing the same job. Here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. We have unions for everything in this, a lot of things in this country. But we don't have a union for people who work in IB. But we have our black people in IB who tell us what's going on in this country. Right? Now, I'm not trying to jump on IB. But let's be real. We have to be honest. If we're going to march, let's be honest. The ratio of black men in IB isn't that great. Qualified black men can't get a job in IB. But somehow, they end up in the civil service and they end up called lazy civil servant. You see, Black Lives Matter then too, right? Mr. Speaker, Black Lives Matter when blacks are in the corporate world and can't get promoted or don't get decent promotions. How many CEOs do we have in this country, black CEOs? I don't want to hear, oh, look at Patrick Tannick. That's just one. How many? Anybody? Don't tell me about Mr. Phil Butterfield because it's come and going. Anybody else can call a black CEO in this country? In a majority black country, we don't have too many. How many heads of banks are black? None. So Black Lives Matter too. So when you march on Sunday, march for that as well. Mr. Speaker, Black Lives Matter, and we talk about property value. Mr. Speaker, y'all man after my own heart. You're one of my mentors because you like to do home renovations. Correct, Mr. Speaker?
So there's something to do when you got one.
All right. When you go to Gomes or SAL or wherever for supplies, do they charge you a different price because your house is in Heathcote versus the guy's house who's over, let's say, I don't know, Riddles Bay?
I hope they do.
Oh, you pay the same price, right?
I would think I did.
You pay the same price for that brick. You say you pay the same price for the paint. You pay the same price for that that wiring. You pay the same price for the PVC. But how comes the guy in Riddle Bay, his house is valued more than yours? Even the guy in Fairlands or Point Shears, his house is valued more than yours. Did he pay more for that brick than you? How come your house is on North Shore ain't worth the value as houses on South Shore? You all know who lives on North Shore, and we all know who lives on South Shore. So you see structural racism. So when you march on Sunday, march for that too. Because Black Lives Matter when it comes to economics. Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. I've been to New York a lot of times. I've had the police stop me. A layer of traffic violations. And for a layer of traffic violation, the hand is on the pistol. And I have to slowly reach in and show them my driver's license, knowing maybe I ain't gonna make it back to Bermuda. So on December 2nd, how many of us were pepper sprayed? How many of us had police hands around our neck? How many of our black women were thrown to the ground? So when I'm marching on Sunday, march for that too, because Black Lives Matter on December 2nd, 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear people from the OVA get up and say, we have to eradicate racism, we have to address this, that's all well and fine. But somehow I never saw that legislation while you all were in power. Somehow I never see you all speaking out against the bank rates that make black people hardly be able to pay their mortgage. Somehow I don't see you all talking about the insurance rate that make people don't have no money at the end of the month. But when the PLP speak out against it, it's a problem. When we put forward possible legislation for health reform, who's the first in line to speak out against it? Black Lives Matter when it comes to paying your health insurance. Let's march for that too. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read something, please.
Hey, number.
From the Royal Gazette. So that way white people can't say it's not true. From the Royal Gazette on October 17, 2012. Black Bermudians with the same academic qualifications as their white counterparts are still earning significantly less according to census report. Median annual income for black residents holding a bachelor's degree was $80,000 in 2010, compared with $105,000 for white residents. With expats filtered out, the figures are less stark, 80,000 versus 95,000 respectively. So even when we take out the high paid expats, white people with bachelor's degrees making $15,000 more than a black person with the same degree. So I don't hear nothing about qualifications. The last 20 years, black people have been sending their children to private white schools. So I don't hear nothing about quality education then. They take more money and send their children to the same universities that these white children go to. But somehow or the other, the same qualification, whites are getting paid more. So if we're gonna march, don't march for George Floyd because that brother's gonna be buried by Sunday. March for the black people that's getting paid less money. March for the black people who can't get a job in equal qualifications. March for the black people who can't have health care because certain companies are saying, no, we can't lower our rates. March for the black people whose property value is less than white people. So we can't just have no singular march that Black Lives Matter, say George Floyd. No. We have to march for everything about racism in this country. Outside of that, it's just a farce. So I challenge every person who's going to show up on Sunday to address these issues and many more, the gender issues that MP Mean spoke about as well. Address those issues. The next time somebody, when they start talk, oh, sorry, they were here. As they continue to talk about immigration, ask them how many people from the Caribbean they want to come up here. Because they pay for rent, they pay for groceries, they pay electricity as well. So why they ain't talking about that? Black Lives Matter, Mr. Speaker, is more than just George Floyd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on Honorable Member Donkey. Would you like to speak now? Honorable Member?
No, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, Patricia Gordon-Patman was going in front of me.
Okay. Didn't ask you understand. Would you like to be honorable member? I gave it to the ladies before. I give it to honorable member Patman.
Sir, that's just well up there, sir, and I'm
we're having a problem with your mic. Can we sort it out?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. There was some background noise, but
okay. Thank you. No, I just said that I was an I said you are an equal opportunity speaker, so I'm appreciative of you choosing me at this point. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to just go back on a statement that I made a few minutes back. And while I'm not trying to reflect on a debate, what I would do, which is
I was about to remind you that, but I'm sure you're skillful enough to get around that.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to
remember the guidelines.
I wanted to correct something that was said, and I had mentioned in referring to a comment that was made by the honorable member who just took his seat that I never got paid a full ministerial pay while we were in the government. And it's important for me to correct that because the reminder came to me as I was thinking back on it that for January, February, and March of 2013, before the resolution was put in place, we were all paid at full ministerial salaries, and the partial salary came into effect with the resolution that was passed for March 31. So I just wanted to make sure that information that I had given that was inaccurate is put correct for the records. That's important to me. What's also important is that sometimes we have to understand that people who work, especially in an international business arena, have some flexibility. So while I was able to have the benefit of working and within a ministry, I still had to go to my office and I still had to work. And very often I didn't get out of there until 1 or 2 or sometimes even later in the morning. So I've never tried to shortchange any paymaster under any circumstance. And that brings me back, Mr. Speaker, to the topic of the motion that we are discussing today. And that is in respect of people who perform various functions and are deemed to be less than or are paid less than others who have the exact same qualifications and the exact same functions. Honorable Member Leah Scott spoke to it, and I think the Honorable Member Famous just actually supported what the Honorable Member said. However, I was a little disturbed because Honorable Member who just spoke indicated that he gets upset and distressed. My words, not his, not verbatim, but he gets a little distressed when members from the OBA start speaking out about Black people. Well, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that the last time I looked in the mirror, I was as Black as the honorable member who has problems with us. Even mentioning the fact that we have...
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
Point of order.
I never once said I had a problem with them speaking out about Black people. I said, if you're gonna speak out about racism, let's talk about legislation. Let's talk about the banks that are charging all this interest.
Right.
Let's talk about the health insurance company that don't want to lower the rates.
I'm coming to that, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, those are my the notes that I scribbled. I don't represent anybody, but I certainly appreciate the clarity that the honorable member has offered. But let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that having lived in the corporate world and having worked in the corporate world, in the international business world, I've seen all of those things that have been meted out against Bermudians in preference to foreigners. And the foreigners are not necessarily all, as the honorable member said, they're not all white people who have come here. There have been many people who have significant jobs in that international insurance industry who are getting beneficial packages. I don't know the numbers. I'm just telling you from my experience within my company, but people who do get beneficial packages because they are foreign, not because they're white, not because they're Black. They just have to be foreign. So the honorable member said he heard nothing about legislation coming out of our government. But let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that for 4.7 years of the last 22 years, the PLP has been in power. And I think that if legislation can come on any of these issues, they certainly would have had an obligation to bring that kind of legislation so that there is real observation of the criticism and not just what ought or ought not to have been done over a 4.5-year period of time. In terms of interest rates, I spoke this morning, Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister gave his statement that we are having situations where people have savings in the bank and they're getting like 0.2%, 0.2 of 1%. That's 0.2%. When the government is going out and having to borrow money at 4% and 3.75%. I know that governments are not in the business of trying to compete with the banking system, but certainly if we want to start talking about bringing in some legislation and interest rates, yes, we have every right to not just be incensed, but to speak out about interest rates and how they are impacting mostly Black people. We have every responsibility to speak out on the cost of healthcare, Mr. Speaker. But it's also important to understand that there are some times when you're looking at certain reforms, those reforms may not necessarily get you to where you need to be. And the fact that we speak out about it, it's not knocking all off the pedestal altogether, the thoughts and the ideas of the government. It's just simply saying that we need to ensure that we look at things a little bit more circumspectly and to investigate them far more deeply. One of the things I have mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, that I would love to see is when you have retirees coming out of the corporate world, that corporation should be legislatively required to carry their retirees on their health insurance policies. And Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? And I don't care whether they say that, as a retiree, you can, we're not going to pay for your premium, you pay for your own premium. But it is a known fact, Mr. Speaker, that there are group rates that people are able to obtain as a company that individuals cannot obtain once they have come out of that corporate environment. It is a very simple exercise, and a lot of things you can look at it and say, oh, this should have been done, that should have been done, the other should have been done. For 4.5 years, we were just trying to figure out how to breathe. And I say that with no pun intended. We were figuring out how to breathe, Mr. Speaker. And then once we get to the situation in terms of the legislation, we can still continue to put our heads together and figure out how the seniors of our community are not so hard done by because they now have to go from a corporate rate for comprehensive health insurance to an individual rate of comprehensive health insurance. And in most cases, invariably, the only thing they're able to end up affording is the government-sponsored packages of future care or HIP. So there are things that the government can take on board to help to equalize some of the disadvantages that our people are facing. And I'm saying all of our people, all retirees. And you know, there are sometimes that you don't really have to care what color somebody is. And I'm not saying that color is of no significance, but I'm saying that when you're looking at principles and policies that need to impact people, those policies and principles should go straight across the board. And that's a very easy fix, is we can bring in legislation in terms of debt, rates on interest rates that can be charged on outstanding debt and the like. There's no reason why we can't force companies to carry their retirees so that retirees can continue to have a health coverage system that will allow them some dignity instead of trying to figure out how or are they going to bankrupt themselves just by virtue of the fact of having to require health care because you've turned 65. That surely can't be right. So, Mr. Speaker, these are things that I would like for us to consider. If you want to look at constructive input, criticism, that's something that I think that we can look at, and it could be looked at and it could be legislated in relatively easy time to help to inure to the benefit of those people who find themselves in that position. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak out in support of the comments made by the Honorable Member from St. George's, Renee Min. And I know that, we have a significant number of males in the House of Assembly. And I don't know that I think there's probably a handful of women in the House of Assembly who know what it's like to be the mother of a young Black man. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, the men in the House your fathers, there's a different connection between a mother and a son. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that every mother of a young Black man, and I say young from the age of 16 to 60, when your child goes out the door, and he's always a child, no matter what, no matter how grown he is, he's always your baby, Mr. Speaker, as a mother. And you have to spare a thought every single time your child walks out the door to make sure that he's not going to be victimized by a system that doesn't place any value on life. Who thinks that it's appropriate to snuff somebody out, the likes of which we saw on that video the other day, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleague, Leah Scott, indicated that she's watched it over and over and over again. And I find that video is so disturbing, Mr. Speaker, that I could look at it and literally peep out of the corner of my eye because there's only so much of it that I can take. And that's as a mother of two young Black men. So as a society and as a community, our responsibility is to ensure that we don't create a bitterness among ourselves that permeates throughout our children so that there is an attitude before they start that they need to go out and defend themselves. The honorable member who just spoke indicated that he's being stopped, and you have to think, keep your hands on the steering wheel. This is it's so painful to see that situation occur, Mr. Speaker, and it's not isolated. It's something that happens over and over and over again. So when the honorable member started delineating those things against which we should march or for which we should march, things that we should stand up to as a community, all of those things that the honorable member just spoke to are important, Mr. Speaker. And all I want to say is that if we are going to try to create a level of equity within our community, then we all have equal responsibility. And that's everybody in our country. And while the horrors of what we have seen on video as happening across the United States and the worldwide support that has come to support the Black Lives Matter movement, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also very important to recognize that in our small community, it should be a lot easier for us to be able to reach out and embrace some of the worst offensive comments and behavior that has been meted out to lots of us, and certainly even me in particular, I can speak to, have come at the hands of other Blacks, Mr. Speaker. So that if we can't begin to respect one another, if we can't want to stamp out man's inhumanity to man, Mr. Speaker, our inhumanity to each other, then we cannot, in all goodness, in all fairness, and in all clear conscience, go out and start marching and say we want to march for this and march for that. We need to check ourselves first and foremost. How are we responding? How are we respecting, or lack thereof, other people? And if we can't respect people who are our own race, Mr. Speaker, we're never going to respect people outside of our race. It's just not going to happen. But what's interesting is when we, Mr. Speaker, adopt an attitude and a stance that says that I am important.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry?
Point of order?
Mr. Speaker, this is Rolf Commissioner. Point of order.
Yes,
the member's misleading the House. This phenomenon that she talks about, some will call it black on black when it comes to crime, and your own fleas bite the hardest. This too is a byproduct of white supremacy. But she's trying to make a point to get away from the real point. That behavior she's talking about, that too is a byproduct of white supremacy on the Black psyche over generations.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable right to his opinion. I'm giving you mine, Mr. Speaker, and I'm giving you my personal experiences. And it's not, it's not a trauma. It's not a generational trauma for me. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've come from a background in which I have seen a struggle for equality since I was 4 or 5 years old, early enough. It happened before I reached that age, but certainly early enough that it was able to impact how I have grown up. And in that growing up process, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take up the burdens that I believe were fought 40, 50, 60 years ago. I'm going to do, as the Honorable Member Ms. Ming indicated, is that we want to look at how can we have a positive and significant impact today for the things that we do going forward so that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren don't have to suffer such traumas, Mr. Speaker. I understand what the Honorable Member is saying. I'm not discounting his determination that some of the attitudes to which I spoke are as a result of ingrained racism. I'm not arguing that point at all. But what I'm saying is that our responsibility is to be able to move forward in such a way that our kids are not going to continue to be traumatized by the things that traumatized our grandparents and our parents. So that's what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not disagreeing with the Honorable Member who just took his seat. I'm just approaching it from a slightly different perspective. And in that perspective, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say that, as your children walk out the door, the importance of embracing and the importance of not being afraid to tell your children or your significant other or your neighbor, to tell them how you honestly feel about them, to show love, to show an attitude of embracing, Mr. Speaker, because we never know whether when that person walks out the door, whether they're going to come back home. Is this the last time I'm going to see my loved one? And I don't want, Mr. Speaker, for us to be in a situation where we are able to pass various types of legislation, that we are able to support various causes. And at the end of it, all we do is come back next year supporting the same cause and there's no real or significant change. I'm saying that our ability, Mr. Speaker, you've heard me say before, if you have the ability to positively impact individuals, you have the responsibility to do so. And that is one of the reasons that each of us serves in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, because we all have that responsibility that we are going to make things better for those coming behind us. We may not make sufficiently positive impact on the people today, on our peers. And we certainly may not be able to have anything that we may not be able to put in place anything that's going to reduce or minimize the traumatic experiences that have been had by our forebears. But we can certainly do something, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's going to impact positively on the the young people who are coming behind us. And whether they are ours personally or ours from a community perspective, then we still have that obligation to do so, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I join colleagues who have spoken today who mourn with the family of people who have been treated so horribly and have been the victims of man's inhumanity to man, especially when you're dealing with police officers, Mr. Speaker, in a case in which we look to the police department to help to protect us. And if that comfort and if that confidence disappears, Mr. Speaker, what do we have left? So I'm suggesting that we have each other. And while some members may believe that members of the OBA, they don't like us because we don't speak out the way you want us to speak out, as I say, Mr. Speaker, we are black as you are, but we represent everybody in the community. We represent our blacks, we represent our whites, we represent our mixed race individuals. We represent everybody. So we can't continue to have the attitude that says we're only going to look out for one segment and one demographic within our community. I'm just hoping that we are bigger than that as the 30 members around this table, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that we are going to change the psyche of everybody in the community all at once, but we can certainly, by our own attitudes and our own input, we can certainly try to do so one person at a time. So those are the contributions.
Member, you're actually in your last minute now.
Yep, that's it. That's my contribution, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. I'll now call on the Honourable Member Tiro. Honourable Member Tiro, would you like to make your contribution now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me.
See you on MD.
Good day, colleagues and the listening audience. Mr. Speaker, as a lot has already been said on part of the subject I want to talk about, I will definitely be brief as I normally am. But please allow me to start off with a quote, if you don't mind. Thank you. Happiness is a quote. Happiness is a simple game of lost and found. Lose the things you take for granted, and you will feel great happiness once they are found. Mr. Speaker, that was a quote from Richelle Goodrich from the book Making Wishes. I would imagine, Mr. Speaker, based on that quote, you'd probably be right to guess that I want to talk about how generally we can take everyday things for granted. And again, it's my personal view. So we may not mean to take some things for granted, but it happens, especially when we take things, at face value. I was sort of moved to speak about taking things for granted after earlier this week. I was in earshot of a conversation going on in the house between my daughter and my grandson, and I became, very interested. But Mr. Speaker, before I forget and I go on, allow me to make a shameful plug. I didn't actually do it when I probably should have done it earlier in the day. But I want to give my grandson an early shout out for his birthday on Sunday. It's on June the 7th, and I want to say happy birthday, Nylan. I love you and wish you all the best. I did digress there, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for the shamefulness.
Mr. Speaker, to somebody who's a June birthday, and all of us June birthdays stand together, so I gave you grace to be able to do that. How's that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for allowing me to do that. Pretty soon, I'm probably going to be worried about him getting his first bike, so because time moves on real fast. But back to the conversation that he and his mother were having earlier this week, which surrounded the incident of George Floyd losing his life very tragically to the white policeman. My grandson took it for granted, and obviously on face value, that Mr. Floyd lost his life only because he allegedly used a counterfeit $20 bill, and he was a little concerned about it. And of course, his mom had to give him, a history lesson on racism and white privilege that goes on in the U.S., but also, mentioning that those same things happen here in Bermuda. Now, I'm not going to say a lot of what she taught him in that lesson, because a lot of it was basically spoken by the Honorable Member Leah Scott, and certainly my honorable friend Famous already. So, but those were the things that she laid out to him. And being the bright 11-year-old that he's going to be on Sunday, I certainly felt that the lesson sunk in because he did ask a few probing questions right after that. One of them was like, why was the police treatment so harsh on him if it was just a $20 bill? You know, and so again, as I said, she explained to him the things, the way things took place. I actually, felt proud that he was able to, grasp the lesson, and because he and I had a chat, right after, and he relayed some of the things, that his mom. So he actually, learned a valuable lesson at such a tender age. My grandson had actually done something, in my opinion, that even we as adults tend to do, take things for granted. Mr. Speaker, for instance, we've all been tested by this new way of living under this coronavirus that we're now calling the new normal. Many of us have taken for granted the different quality of life that we've been gifted, I would say, to bond more often with our family members while we're living under the same roof for 24 hours a day. So it's to me it's a blessing that we've actually been able to do that. I mean, we even have found that taking up the phone more often and calling those members of our family who live away from us just to say hello. And I've even gotten the habit of calling my next door neighbor and asking them if they're okay. And I think this is a refreshing change. Again, something that we just take for granted. Now, and again, my opinion is some of us have really taken for granted that special group of people. Those who are putting their lives on the line daily as workers fighting to keep us safe from this dreaded, virus. So at this time, I'm certainly going to say thank you to all of them for whatever role they play, whether they be doctors, nurse, cashier, delivery person, bus driver. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because all those jobs, are jobs that we in this chamber do not even have to do on a daily basis. So again, I say, thank you to the frontline workers. It's because of you that I feel I see the skies beginning to clear for our island home. So continue doing what you do. Again, we thank you. Mr. Speaker, in talking regularly now to my constituents, I keep reminding them that this pandemic will pass, will definitely pass, and Bermuda will come out of it, hopefully in a better place. We've actually dealt with the pandemic in a way that has made us proud, and I would certainly at this time like to share with the Premier that, and I think I spoke to him about, a lot of my constituents have been pleased with the way he and his cabinet have been dealing with this pandemic. So I've received those accolades, so I just want to pass them on. Those accolades that have come to me over the last 3 months after press conferences and whatever that we've put out guidelines and things like that. Mr. Speaker, whilst I have the floor, let me digress slightly. I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Karika Weldon while she was in Bermuda home last summer. And at that time, she gave a group of us a bit of a background of her studies. Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that much of what she was describing really went right over my head. But I got the impression that she was a competent person and knowledgeable in what she had accomplished. And I concluded that she would have a bright future. Now, Mr. Speaker, little did I think that just 7 or 8 months later, after that meeting, Bermuda would have the opportunity, and I say privilege to receive the benefits of Dr. Weldon's work by running the government test facility at Southside. And certainly from the feedback that I've been given, Dr. Weldon and her team is doing a great job. So again, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Weldon for certainly sacrificing coming back here and helping us. But Mr. Speaker, one of the things that really bothered me. You can imagine my chagrin when I heard people questioning Dr. Weldon's qualifications. I really couldn't believe it. But at the same time, they were having no problem accepting the word of someone foreign, foreign to us. And I see this as another example of taking things for granted. Dr. Weldon is one of those bright young Bermudians who's gone away and studied and has been successful. So I really feel that we need to give our people the chance that they deserve. And again, I say thank you for coming home, Dr. Weldon. I'm sure you and your qualifications will be welcome anywhere else in the world. So I certainly wish Dr. Weldon well. Mr. Speaker, as I said, a lot of what I wanted to say has already been spoken, but let me just sort of end by encouraging all of us in these chambers and those within the sound of my voice to look to do something kind for someone in need during these testing times that we're going under. It's not easy for a lot of people. As I said, I'm speaking to my constituents, and some of them, are hurt, and we're doing things to help them. So I'm saying, let's not take for granted that everyone's okay. Even if they have a smile on their face, that's a Bermudian way. We all smile, we're okay, that kind of thing. But they could be suffering, and even the fact that they don't even ask for help, lots of people are still suffering. So I would say, let's all, use some act of kindness to get us through, and other people, through the day. Mr. Speaker, as I bring my brief comments to a close, again, I thank you for allowing me to speak. But let me again end with this quote. And I say it very sincerely. Don't take me for granted. I know more than I let on, see more than you realize, and care more than you can imagine. Mr. Speaker, that quote was taken from Charles Glassman's book, The Brain Drain. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Carroll. MP Dunkley, would you like to make your contribution now?
Ben was next, yeah.
Okay. I've just got everybody written down here, and I'm trying to work people in. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity, and good evening to all my colleagues. The Honorable Premier announced last night that we will be moving to Phase 3 next week on June 11th, as long as everything is staying at the same level that it is now and we don't see any spikes in cases. This news will be a welcome information to our population, as we should see more of our population going back to full employment, some of them going back to partial employment, as businesses cautiously reopen to see what the economy will look like under the new guidelines, under the new normal. This should also see people start to collect wages and salaries, and potentially more people be able to move off of the government benefit, which, even though it is an extremely important benefit that's been given when we're in this pandemic, it is also having a drain on the government purse, which we are spent partial of today trying to figure out how we are going to have to deal with. As we go through this process, we will begin to see what the new unemployment number will be and what decisions will need to be made to solve the issues with our economy. It is important to point out that the Bermuda economy was not in a healthy position prior to COVID-19 forcing the government to shut down everything. There were difficult decisions that needed to be made prior to COVID-19 because of our debt, increase in taxation, slow growth of the economy, and in some cases, no movement at all in the economy. But what COVID has done is move that timeline up and force us into thinking about and making decisions now. The time for just discussing and coming up with plans that we were going to do in the future we don't have that luxury because we have to figure out a way to save our economy. Mr. Speaker, the committee formed by the Honorable Minister of Finance will be looking for solutions on how to jumpstart the economy and move Bermuda towards recovery. We must remember that there were solutions put forward prior to the emergency to help get Bermuda out of the economic struggles that they were already going through. One area came from the Bermuda First National Socio-Economic Plan, and there it was stated that Bermuda needed immigration reform. It needed population and our talent pools were decreasing, and we could potentially compromise our economic growth if we didn't have solutions to those issues. The report said that we would need to develop a plan and legislation to attract international talent into Bermuda. Because one of our issues is that with a low birth rate and with many of our young people after being educated choosing to not come back to Bermuda, it doesn't mean that we don't still need talent to come back to our home. And we need to encourage not only our Bermudian talent, but we're also going to have to encourage talent that is not Bermudian. That's been part of what we have done in our history. A lot of the important figures in our history were not born on our shores. They came from somewhere else. And somebody being intelligent, working hard, striving for what's best for the country doesn't always have to do with the color of their skin. It just has to do with what their heart tells them to do and whether they believe in the country that we all call home. I feel that it's important to bring this up now when there's been public statements around immigration, and there's been some policies or potential policies that have caused a little bit of anxiety within parts of our population. But I understand that immigration is an emotive subject due to the way that immigration was used as a racist tool in the past. This is something that I brought up in the House before. And in the current climate worldwide that is racially charged due to the continued way that Black people are treated as lesser than human, and in far too many cases that have led to the death of Black people. As other members have spoken tonight, I also watched the death of George Floyd. It's difficult for you to say that you don't change when you watch someone's life snuffed out in front of you over an 8-minute period. I would say that every person that's in the House has had at some point to deal with a racially charged situation, been treated below the level of what every other human is expecting from the rights of all human beings. We've all had the stops overseas or had somebody follow us from aisle to aisle in a store because they believe that we are going to steal from the store because we're Black. All of these things happen, and they are scars that we carry with us. But Mr. Speaker, as I'm fully aware of the experiences of Black people, not just in Bermuda, but worldwide, but specifically how they've been treated locally and overseas, Bermudians treated locally and overseas, we cannot ignore what impact a failing economy will have on all the people in Bermuda. We must continue to strive to change the system that has ingrained systematic racism that have kept some hardworking Bermudians from progressing in their fields and others that have been pushed out completely. Many have decided that they're going to leave Bermuda because they don't see the opportunity. But we also need to be mindful that there are some that have been able to flourish in the Bermuda economy. Not all of these people are black, and not all of these people are white, but some of the people that have flourished have been Bermudian. Black Bermudians, white Bermudians, Portuguese Bermudians, mixed race Bermudians. They have been able to survive and strive in the economy that we have in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, we must not cut off our nose to spite our face. We can work together to change the system so that all Bermudians are given proper opportunities for employment in their country without tearing down our economy. We have seen large numbers of guest workers leave our shores in the past due to policies that have showed them that they're not welcome. Have we analyzed what impact that exodus has had on the overall economy? What was the reduction in the taxes collected by the government once that number of people left the country? What was the impact on the rental incomes for Bermudian house owners? What was the impact on retail with the reduction in customers that were available to buy their goods? Were Bermudians better off after so many non-Bermudians were pushed out of the country? Mr. Speaker, we must remember the positive connections that happen with immigration. Every guest worker in Bermuda made a choice to come to our community. We as Bermudians have always embraced our tourists. The people that make a choice to come to Bermuda as a destination when they have so many other places in the world that they could choose. As a community, we make sure that they are enjoying their stay in Bermuda with the hope that they're going to return. But Mr. Speaker, do we know how many tourists does it take to generate the same amount of money that is spent in our country by having one guest worker here? I know everyone has heard the statistics that one IB job creates 2 to 3 jobs for locals. But Mr. Speaker, shouldn't we embrace those people that help Bermuda to keep our economy working? I believe that when someone owns a business, they're reaching out to find the best minds that they can in order for them to maximize the effort of their company. Now, yes, there are a lot of cases where the person at the top of that pyramid is going to be a white male, and they're only going to reach out to the people that make them feel comfortable, which creates a large management of other white males. But that doesn't mean that the only people in the world that have ability are going to be white males. So everybody's going to have to understand that as we are trying to attract people to Bermuda, and it's going to be important that we have to attract people. Not everybody has always agreed with the fact that we have to attract people. But I'm going to give you a couple of examples. So if you are a Bermudian fortunate enough to own a house, an apartment, a condo that you have rented out, and you've rented out to somebody that actually is not a Bermudian, you will fully understand the impact of immigration to you financially. So a specific example, a Bermudian family has built a house and rented it out with a mortgage based on a certain level of rent. And that's the payment that they've had to make. Well, that only works as long as the person that is in that house has the financial ability to pay that rent. So you've heard other members talk that what we need to be doing is striving to have our Bermudians that are in IB to be able to make the same kind of money, to be able to have the same housing allowances. And I agree with that 100%. But what we also have to understand is we need to get more of those businesses here so those opportunities increase. So at the same time that we are trying to get our Bermudians on that level playing field, we also have to increase the field. If you are a Bermudian that's been working IB in this pandemic time where we've been working from home, and there's a difference because there's some people that work in IB that are able to work from home because they're working on the computer and they can work from any other place. But there's also people who do hands-on jobs that work for IB from a support level that right now have not had the ability to do their job. But in a lot of cases, they have continued to be paid full salary while they are not able to work. The people that are in that situation are fully aware of what immigration means to them. Because if we don't keep the companies that we have now and attract more companies into Bermuda, that person that has been in that situation may lose their job. And that's not what we're looking for. Mr. Speaker, if you've been receiving support from the third sector during this pandemic, because there's a lot of people that in Bermuda right now were having to get their meals from churches and from all the organizations that have been coming together from the third sector in order for those meals to be provided. But you have to understand that what's happened in a lot of cases is that IB, it's not just non-Bermudians, but also Bermudians have been donating their time and donating their money in order for the third sector to have the money to feed our people at this time. But immigration has also allowed for that to happen. Mr. Speaker, if you're working in construction and you have guest workers that are working alongside your Bermudian crew, we have to make sure that both sides of this equation are taken care of, because there are times, like where we are right now, where you might have 3 or 4 masons that you've brought in from overseas and they're on work permit. You're also training up a junior mason to get them to that point where they can be in that role, because most people will tell you a hardworking Bermudian is always going to be a preference because they don't want to have to deal with the work permit process and they don't want to have to continue to do that. But the job still has to get done. So if they don't have an option to turn to hire somebody else, and those work permits are denied, we have to make sure that we've denied the 4 work permits because we have 4 skilled masons to take those jobs. If we don't do that, what ends up happening is those projects don't get done, and now all the rest of that crew get laid off. That's not helping our situation, that's making our situation worse. So, Mr. Speaker, if you're a Bermudian who owns a business, right now things have been very difficult. As we go through this pandemic and we've gone through the phases, many businesses have struggled to try to return, but all of them are hopeful that we can get back to where we were prior to January, February of this year. They were struggling then, but they were surviving. But Mr. Speaker, if you're a business that is hiring guest workers and Bermudians and they're working side by side, it takes all of that staff working together as a team in order for them to be a successful business. If we're denying those work permits and sending those people home, and now you've put yourself in a situation where potentially that job can't get done at the level it was, are we now putting those businesses in jeopardy? But Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking about immigration, I think it's important that we look at how we can make sure that we are providing for our Bermudians, making sure that we are supporting our Bermudians, while also trying to encourage people to come to our shores and trying to encourage people to invest in Bermuda, because we need money to come from outside of the country. Doesn't matter whether that person is black or white, What it matters is that they actually have the money and believe in Bermuda and they want to invest in Bermuda. So, Mr. Speaker, the announcement yesterday that there's been a change from in immigration, I thought it was important that I take this opportunity to thank Minister Keynes for the work that he did once he stepped in for Minister Walton Brown and the progress that we were able to make. I know it was a struggle. We were not able to move as quickly as we wanted or as quickly as other people would have wanted us to move. But I'd like to thank him for the hard work that he put forward in order for us to get to that point. But I also want to point out some of the people that I've had the opportunity to work with since I've been on that committee. And I'd like to reach out to MP Famous, who we, over the 2+ years that we've been working on that committee, I've seen the way that he can look at both sides of the equation. Not all the time is he going to get credit for the things that he was doing in that room, because sometimes that would not be popular out in the public. But the truth is, you have to look at all sides in order for you to make right decisions. And it's tough when you see somebody that's been doing that work on that committee and they potentially didn't get the opportunity to get a chance to step up to a leadership position once that new Ministry of Labor was created. But I think it's also important for me to reach out to MP Renee Ming, who not only is sitting on that reform committee, but she's also the chair of the immigration board. So what you have there is somebody who has been speaking out on an ongoing basis and has the experience of not just the reform committee, but also the working through what work permits look like. Well, here we have an opportunity for a Black Bermudian woman with experience to be in a leadership position. She actually spoke to it just now in her speech. But another person that potentially was passed over. I understand, but there's a brand new person that's been brought in and moved into that position. It's up to the Premier to make those decisions, but I just would like to point out that there were people that I've seen work towards making changes and be balanced in what they're doing when we're in that room. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish the new...
You got a minute left.
I'd like to take this opportunity to wish the new minister, Honorable Jason Hayward, good luck in moving forward. I look forward to his resumption of the Immigration Reform Committee and carrying on what we were working on and moving towards what's going to happen with work permit policy, what will happen with status in Bermuda, what will happen in PRC in Bermuda, and work towards how we as a country can start to encourage people from outside to come here and work here the same way that we encourage tourists to come to Bermuda, and have our local international business want other international business to come to Bermuda because of the experience of Bermuda being welcoming instead of the country of no that tells them that we don't want them here.
Thank you, MP. Your time has, a lot of time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your contribution. I'm now calling the honorable member from St. George's, honorable member Swoon. Would you like to make your contribution now? Be sworn?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Would you like to make your contribution now?
Mr. Speaker.
Is that empty sworn?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you may start your contribution.
I'm not speaking, sorry.
Oh, you're not speaking now. You're on the list here, okay? MP Commission, would you like to make a contribution?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to offer a correction from 2 weeks ago. I had mentioned, if you just give me a second here, and if I had mentioned the potential range of deficit that the finance minister was looking at, and I had cited a figure that started between 275 million, over a quarter billion dollars, and I cited the upper range at 375, and I want to correct that. It was not 375 at the upper end. It was $315 million. So the range was from 275 to 315. And with the mitigations that the minister is putting in place, we saw part of that today in terms of the government pay / pension issue. It's part of those mitigations to get the end product in terms of the deficit down to, I believe he said, 150, Mr. Speaker. And we should hope that the minister and the government is able to achieve that. You also note that the rating agency today gave a qualified thumbs up to Bermuda. So there is some positivity out there, but we still have a long way to go. But Mr. Speaker, I said earlier I was going to talk about the life of Dr. Hudson. But in this presentation, talk about the woman who was a woman of action, who not only thought about racial justice, but how we could put in place at the government level public policies to address that. Certainly every member here has talked about the explosion of interest around racial justice issues globally. And I'll say this here again, in America they talk about the original sin, I might be paraphrasing, of America was slavery and racism and racial oppression. That is maybe perhaps too narrow a definition. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think I can say without fear of contradiction, that is the original sin of what we know as Western civilization. That's why throughout the diaspora, they have latched on to the horrific end of Mr. Floyd's life. But in all of these Western capitals, as I mentioned earlier, from London, other cities in the UK, Paris, Germany, major cities throughout Europe, members of our diaspora, and with whites who care about racial justice, have also talked about the systemic changes that are needed even where they live. And Eva was always about that. She saw things at the systemic level that will deal with the underlying causations that were at play that still powerfully disadvantaged Black Bermudians right up into the present period. See, in Bermuda, we have been, I think, what I call normalizing racism, institutional and otherwise, the racial disparities that stare at us right in our faces. I give you an example. We have the comments by Mr. Juan Wolf today. Better late than never. And we need to understand that in all of the key institutions of Bermuda, especially even in terms of criminal justice, the disparities are glaring, intolerable, but we have learned to tolerate it. To us, it's normal, and that's the way it is. This incident with Mr. George and everything that's come out of that now is causing us to have a long overdue, perhaps 30-year return to issues that our parents were addressing back in the 60s and 70s. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, there were some like Eva didn't need permission, didn't need it to be fashionable to talk about these issues. These are the real racial justice warriors. It's fashionable now to some extent. I hate to use that word, but I can't find another one right now. But for you to take these positions back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, to early 2000s, you were routinely demonized, ostracized. In the case of persons like Dr. Hudson, and someone said Dr. Murray Smith, denied opportunities, and had their lives on a personal level terribly affected. Their life chances stunted. Let's be real about this. All because they and so many others were determined to deconstruct, as I said, white supremacy in Bermuda, and one of its chief, most pernicious byproducts, white privilege. I heard Mr. Ben Smith talk about immigration, and he alluded to the fact of the way racialized policies were used in an effort to maintain white dominance, particularly Anglo-Saxon dominance and hegemony over Bermuda society, coming out of the post-World War II era, in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s. How white privilege was enshrined in our constitutional order of 1968 as the British turned a blind eye. Not much has changed. I heard Patricia Gordon Paplin, the honorable member. We get votes from everybody. We're a diverse party, unlike the PLP. She didn't say PLP. She didn't say unlike the PLP, but that's implied. So she need not get up and give a point of order here. To go back to that same framework designed by their founders, Sir Henry, VZ.
MP, Commissioner, I just give you a point of order.
Yes, I do have a point of order, sir. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misunderstood. I never talked about getting votes. So I think that the honorable member may have misheard or inadvertently recalled what he did hear me say.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Just be mindful of the MP's point of order. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, she spoke about the fact that my view of that was that they get a diverse group of people voting for that party. That's not what she implied. Okay. Thank you. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is that degree of white privilege enshrined in that constitutional order in 67 that became operable in 68 established a framework for Bermudian politics that is still there today. You see, we want to talk about racism and white supremacy, how some of us, and how it can exist in so many areas of Bermuda, but ignore how it still beats at the heart of Bermuda politics. How in every election, white Bermudians, to the tune on average, as per polling data over the last 20, 25, 30 years, routinely shows that the PLP has never gotten more than about between 2 to 3.5% at best of that white vote. So if that party does get some diversity, it's not that much of the remaining probably 15% of the vote that they probably get from the black community and other groups. That party is a party that was designed to protect white interests in Bermuda, and still does, despite the fact that over 2/3 of its representatives, ironically, are black Bermudians. But that original framework that was established, again, in that period, the 60s and 70s, is still alive today. As to the issues of immigration, we know that historically, even though we speak in code, Bermudians couldn't get jobs, and Bermudians are having a hard time. And they brought this Englishman in. He's still here 50, 60 years later, I might add, and displaced my uncle or my brother. But we're really talking about, once we put aside the code talk, Black Bermudians. Would Mr. Smith be prepared to back a plan that would get rid of the pretense and put a public policy in place similar to the workforce equity bill, but with a little more teeth, I might add, that would specifically be a race-specific remedy to ensure that Bermudians, Black Bermudians, are going to get that shot that we all say they deserve, the educated ones, the qualified ones, within the established white-dominated workplace, corporate area, at the highest levels. You see, we can have affirmative action, with all due respect to Sister Renee, being touted by the new commanding officer of the regiment. Nobody's going to complain about that because that's affirmative action for women. And when many people hear that, particularly if you transpose that to IB, usually it's talking about white women. Now, there are a lot of Black women as well. There are more Black women doing fairly well, but still a minority, than there are Black men in that industry, notwithstanding every time we talk about Brother Tanak. But it's all right, see? But certainly it is taboo, it is worse than that, to talk about affirmative action to deal with this question of racial inequality. Can't do it for Blacks. I say we must. Eva Hudson has been talking about that for years, and that's just one potential program. See, we can get rid of the pretense, like I said. Acknowledge that the issue has been Black opportunity within, particularly our leadership in our corporate world, both IB and local. Let's address that. My view is, I'm going to say this a little sarcastically, some of us Bermudians are Canadian Bermudians. I'm like New York City Bermudian. That's where I went to school. So when you hear me talk like this, that's Brooklyn coming out and a little bit of Manhattan in the 70s. Get rid of the pretense. Do that, and personally, if I was the minister, I'd give you all the work permits that you want. As long as something like that's in place as an insurance policy for my daughter, your son, your nephew, your younger brother, who the parents spent so much money to educate, to give them all the tools that they needed to be successful in that domain. I heard a brother who's famous. I'm going to have to call him my younger brother now. I mean, the things he was saying so much reminded me of myself on many of these issues. I never knew that Chris Famous until today, but I'm liking what I'm hearing. But that's what we have to do. Eva Hudson would also talk about affirmative action in other areas. When it came to procurement, we know the government has made some baby steps in that direction to ensure that Black businesses are going to get a share of that action. I think it needs to be expanded. And if it even needs to be legislated, it needs to happen. I believe it should be codified under law with bipartisan support. Let's put this behind us. This is how you do it. You see, once you show good faith to Black Bermuda, then all that wish list they have, although I got a couple other things there, wait now, all that wish list they have, about bringing in wealthy foreigners to this and giving them permanent. No, but you take care of your own first. And I'm telling you, if we can get past the racism within that other community, and we can get buy-in to things like this, you bring a smile back to Black Bermuda. And whites who also know this is the right way to go. I heard people talking about reparations. But in terms on the immediate basis, this is the way to go. And so you have the procurement piece. You also would have, I think, every major company that comes here that wants to do a construction development project, for example, right down St. George's, or a company that wants to relocate here. Every time they need a permit, a license, or whatever, on the other side of that table is a codified program that would ensure that the company is going to use black vendors, maybe 50% of all the vendors that they require for goods and supplies. That maybe the company is going to have a mandate where it must employ 30, 40, 50% black Bermudians. It was a big construction project, the same thing would apply. Now that's the race-specific remedies we need. Mr. Speaker, I dare say there are some non-race-specific remedies that, if enacted, will also proportionally improve the lives and life chances of black Bermudians. Healthcare reform. Have we forgotten that pre-pandemic, and I made mention of this 2 weeks ago, and I'm coming down again. We had around 5,400 people without health insurance in Bermuda. Oh, what a statistic. Of course, remember now I said it's normalized, so we don't really focus on that. That's unpleasant. But over 91% of those people were black Bermudians. This is pre-pandemic. Lord knows what it is now. And amongst that number were children without health insurance. Health insurance needs to be a human right and not a privilege. When John Swan, and I'll repeat again, I was happy. I was a happy camper. Despite, him having to take some responsibility for some of this stuff not being done 30 years ago, or 25 years ago, or 20 years ago. When he said that, hey, maybe we need to get away from this sort of wild, wild west style of capitalism we've had here, and then we go towards a more sort of Scandinavian model. It was sounding a little bit like Bernie Sanders. Or maybe what he felt maybe a little more humane model. He talked about the fact that, I took it as he was alluding to the fact that our social safety net is frayed, or it's not one in which we should be overly proud of, considering how wealthy Bermuda has been, and still is, but most of that wealth now is in the private sector, in the private hands, certainly amidst the fact that we have a poor government because in part, we have not collected enough taxes. I'll get to that in a second. But healthcare has to be addressed. And this is bringing me now to the second is up. We need to reform our tax system. We do. And it has to be on a progressive model. To take the tax burden off of working poor, lower middle, and middle income people. Especially when I'm talking about the working poor and lower middle, that's overwhelmingly, disproportionately black Bermudians. I'm not making this up, that's what the stats tell us. So if you have a more progressive tax system which shifts more of that burden onto the wealthy and the rich, some of whom are my colleagues in the House of Assembly, I might add, and you know who you are, that means then we can, to use that term again, which the Premier, I'm happy you used that term. That's my term. We can begin to re-engineer our economy in a way that creates more equity and inequality. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Oh, you finished? Okay, I said you had a...
No, I wasn't finished. I thought you were trying to tell me I am finished. But what were you saying?
Last minute now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last time you told me I had a minute, it went by in like 10 seconds. I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm just joshing, I'm saying I'm not going to attempt that. I just want to say thank you. Looks like I'm going to have to do a part 3 when we come back and resume. And I hope people will take some of the thoughts I've conveyed tonight, because Dr. Eva Hudson was about action. How can we translate those ideals into actual action and actual public policy to bring about greater equity and equality? And as the Premier said, all economists tell us that if we do these things, we will have a healthier economy. It's good for business. and it's to be good for all Bermudians, both black and white. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Commissioner. MP Dunkley, would you like to make your contribution now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to thank colleagues for their contribution tonight. And certainly, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Leah Scott, Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, and Ben Smith for very sound, well thought out and reasoned comments and a motion to adjourn. Mr. Speaker, 20 minutes sometimes is hard to get it all in, and we've seen that tonight. And let me start out by one of the main topics of conversation tonight. Very sadly, Mr. Speaker, and tragically, the pursuit for justice and equality is continual, very slow at times, and marred often by abhorrent situations such as we've seen just a week ago last Monday in Minneapolis, where Mr. Floyd was murdered by 4 police officers. I too had a hard time watching the video on the numerous times it was played because I got so emotional, and I started to feel in a way that I had to turn the TV off because I was starting to get emotionally violent about the whole situation. And sadly, what we've seen since that time is, on a positive front, we've seen his family be so, what I would say, proactive about the situation in appealing for calm, remembering the life, and talking about the man and the need for progress. But it's been unbalanced by protests across the United States that have turned into violence and looting, and we've seen more people die because of the death of one man, which was tragically wrong, and let's hope justice has its day, as I'm sure it will. We've seen people die like Police Captain David Dorn in St. Louis, who had many years of service in the police and was shot by, I guess it was looters in the area. So, out of this very, very dark situation, let's hope that we can continue to make progress, and let's hope that our protests here on Sunday are productive. And it appears by comments from both sides of the House today that there is a firm resolution to continue to enact change. Mr. Speaker, the first person that spoke tonight was the Deputy Speaker, and he spoke about the behavior of the police commissioner. And as someone who has watched very closely the work of the police over the past couple of years, and obviously as a shadow member and as a former minister and a premier, I obviously have a close concentration in that area. I believe that the police commissioner and his team have done a good job over the past couple of years. The commissioner has tried to build trust within the community. The commissioner has tried to build support within the community. He's tried to build the relationships to allow that to happen. And I think it is a bit unfortunate that a member takes the podium in the House of Assembly to criticize the behavior of the police commissioner. While it's his opinion, I believe the honorable member has overlooked a lot of the good that has happened in that regard. And so I support the commissioner in what he's done. Has he always got it right? No. Have the police always got it right? No. But he's been a breath of fresh air in the approach that he's taken in trying to build trust in the community. And I think we've seen those great strides. And I hope the current Minister of National Security and the Shadow Minister of National Security would recognize that. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the main body of my comments tonight, let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister of National Security for his time as the minister responsible for immigration. I thought that he did try to build a consensus by being bipartisan in what he did. It is disappointing that there's a cabinet change at this time, and I realize it's firmly the prerogative of the premier, but I think it sends the wrong message at this time with people out of work, with cuts in hours, with people struggling, that we still have a large cabinet that is increased with a shadow minister now. So that wrong message has been sent when the former minister, by all appearances, seemed to be doing a good job of moving forward the very thorny issue of immigration reform. So now the new minister comes in to a very difficult situation. We've had 3 ministers of immigration in less than 2 years, and we need to have some stability because it's a critical area of immigration not only for the protection of Bermudians, but for the strength and the growth of our economy. And that brings me to the tough times we face here in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. And clearly, COVID-19, the pandemic that hit Bermuda, has caused a real crunch on Bermudians. And government generally has done a decent job, Mr. Speaker, on the handling of the virus today. But now the question has to focus in on, so where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? The government has laid out the various phases. We're in phase 2. And at the press conference on Monday, the government signaled that we would move to phase 3. Now, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the phases being left out. But in my view, the change from phase 2 to phase 3 is not that instrumental. In the fact that is, if you take a look at phase 3, we're looking at schools and childcare. We've already heard that schools are going to be closed, so we need to know what's going to happen with childcare through the summer. We know that the full government opening will certainly help with.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, we take point of order.
Yes, the member might be just inadvertently misleading the House. It's not, schools are not closed. School buildings are closed. School is still going on and school will continue until the end of the term. Just a slight clarification there.
Thank you, Minister.
Sure.
I accept that, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. I accept that 100%. Yeah. School buildings will not open. The school learning will continue on and the school year closes a bit early. So I appreciate the Minister for correcting my wrong choice in the language there. Public transportation will get into the full mode. There'll be the end of a mandated work from home. Churches will be allowed to open. Gyms will be allowed to open. There'll be a limited number of gatherings. So why do I read that out? Is because what we need, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, as we rebuild Bermuda's economy, is we need jobs. We need jobs to be filled again. We need jobs to be created. And in phase 3, I don't think we're seeing an overbearing of jobs being created at this point. As the Honorable Premier said when he spoke in the press conference on Monday night, the Honorable Premier said, we can't keep the country shut down forever, and we must find ways so we can balance safety with economic activity and bring dollars to our shores. I say amen. And I'm sure all members of the House will say amen to that. Mr. Speaker, our economy and thousands of Bermudians and residents are struggling daily at the present time because many businesses are still closed. Many jobs are still unable to be filled because those businesses are closed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to reflect that COVID-19 has had a severe impact on the island, the extent to which will not be able to be measured in finality for some months down the road, or maybe even a year or two down the road. But, Mr. Speaker, I say with all respect, the Bermudian economy and many Bermudians struggled before COVID-19. It's a fact that retail was struggling many months of the downturn. It is a fact that 2020 tourism was going to be much weaker than 2019. It's a fact that the big construction projects that are currently going on in Bermuda are coming to a close or maybe closed already when you look at Belco, the airport, and St. Regis. And the PLP has tried to build a third pillar, as the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition said, on fintech, and that hasn't met all the whistles and bells and hoopla so far. So there's been a dearth. There has been a tragic shortage of investment in inward capital into the country, and people are asking what's next. Our situation was weak before, and now it's getting to the point where it is very dire. So we must start as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker, in a calculated way. And I can't emphasize that enough. We must start in a calculated way to rebuild our economy. And we need to, in stage 3, Mr. Speaker, not in stage 4. In stage 3, we need to start to focus on hospitality and tourism. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because hospitality and tourism is the largest employment sector of this economy, almost 5,000 jobs. Many of those jobs are underemployed, but the vast majority of those jobs at this point are still unemployed. We need to focus on rebuilding transport and communications because there are 2,000 jobs in that area. And transport and communications goes closely with hospitality and tourism. And if we can rebuild hospitality and tourism in the near term with transport, then we can help rebuild retail, which has over 4,000 jobs in our community. While retail might be back to work to some extent, people are not spending money at the present time because there's a lack of confidence in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, we have thousands of jobs at the present time that are in limbo. And without a definitive plan, the struggle and pain experienced by Bermudians and thousands of people from one end of the island to the other will continue. And it is already at that acute level. Now, we've seen positive job reports from the US, and I raise that only to reflect on the fact that they have aggressively tried to open their economy. They have more, what I guess I would say, a more timely frequency of reports where they can measure that. And interestingly enough, the experts in healthcare, such as Dr. Fauci, have said as late as today that there doesn't have to be a second wave of the virus. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to try to rebuild our economy with jobs, it's important that the airport is open. I'm not saying Russia. And the Minister of Tourism could speak later. It's unlikely, in my view, that cruise ships will come back to the island until the end of our summer season at best. Now, I was certainly interested, Mr. Speaker, and it caught my ear when I heard the Minister of Tourism say at the press conference on Monday night, we are closer than ever to opening our borders. Well, Mr. Speaker, it caught my ear because it's a leading comment. But really, what did it mean? Yeah, we're closer than ever because the airports closed, our borders are closed, no cruise ships coming in, just freighter lines are coming in. So, yeah, I guess Monday was closer than the day before and Tuesday was closer to Monday. But what does that mean? What is the plan? How are we going to open our borders to Bermuda? How are we going to put people back to work? How are we going to create jobs in hospitality and tourism? And the Premier said on Monday as well, we will welcome tourists this summer. So I say respectfully to the Honorable Premier, amongst all the challenges that he has, and I'm well aware of the responsibilities and challenges, the people of Bermuda want to know how this is going to be the case. Summer in Bermuda is not as long as many people think. Our tourist season is April to October, and it starts to peter out quite quickly. And often we get hurricanes that impede any good bookings for the end of our summer season. So April, May, and June are washed out. July is likely to be washed out. So, Mr. Speaker, we need a plan. And I will say again, I'm not standing here tonight and saying that we need to throw caution to the wind, because it is evidently clear to me and my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that for the foreseeable future, we must continue to wear masks. We must continue to practice physical distancing. We must continue to protect our vulnerable. We must continue to protect our seniors. We must continue to test aggressively now that we actually can test aggressively. We must continue to contact trace. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, more critically than all of that, we must now also rebuild the island So the economic pain is not as bad as it could be. So, Mr. Speaker, what's the plan? The Minister of Finance has formed a committee of some good talent to make recommendations. But time is not on our side. If we're going to go from phase 3 to phase 4, that committee is not going to have many recommendations back, in all due respect, in my opinion. So what is the plan? We need to have a plan, communicate a plan, and doesn't have to be a 1, 2, 3 year plan down around. It has to be a plan of how we get the jobs that are lost back to work. That is the triage that Bermuda needs quickly. Without a plan, without communication, confidence will remain low. Consumer confidence will remain low. Business confidence will remain low, which means there will not be investment, and spending will remain low. So the first step for recovery is a plan. The second step is to rebuild that confidence and hope, and then we can get people back to work. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I close off my comments, it's very clear to me that there are some fairly quick and easy wins that we can have in this situation. I would ask the Honorable Minister of Tourism, are the billfish tournaments that normally come here in July, are we going to be able to host them again this year? That is, as far as I'm aware, over the past couple of years, it has led to millions of dollars being pumped into our economy. That's money that I know all of those boats really look forward to coming to Bermuda, and they want to come back again. And so will we be able to bring them back to maybe jumpstart some of our season and put Bermuda back on the map with proper precautions along the way? Because my fear, Mr. Speaker, is not only losing it this year, but losing it in next year and the year after. Because if they go somewhere else, more than likely that other jurisdiction will do everything they can not to make them change. And I think we have the ability to get the fish on the hook and keep the fish on the hook here in Bermuda. And Mr. Speaker, it is critical we get our people back to work safely. Bermudians have proven since the start of the lockdown in March that we can do it. 700 people haven't died. Tragically, we have lost nine people in Bermuda. But we can open up. We can put people back to work. We can do so in a calculated way, and we can save Bermudian lives. And along the way, Mr. Speaker, we can take big steps into bringing more equality back to this island, the island that we all love. We have a tremendous challenge in front of us, and I know my colleagues in the opposition are willing to work to do all we can. But now is the time, Mr. Speaker, to take a look at phase 3 and make sure that it creates jobs and puts people back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. Mr. Speaker, I would like, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the motion to adjourn. Mr. Keynes.
Sounds like Minister Keynes. Yes, Minister Keynes.
Mr. Speaker, this evening, you are aware that there was a recent shuffle in our camp, and somebody, mic is still open, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I'm going to now. Left the mic.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday there was some movement in our cabinet, and Mr. Jason Hayward now has the responsibility for immigration. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to review the work undertaken during my tenure as the minister responsible for immigration. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we undertook the subject of comprehensive immigration reform. On a committee, I had with me MP Renee Ming, MP Christopher Famous, MP Ben Smith, and MP Leah Scott, and the late MP Walton Brown. We were given yeoman tasks as it relates to overall immigration reform. I also had the benefit of PS Permanent Secretary Colin Anderson. I would like to, before I go on, just simply say, Mr. Speaker, it was a privilege to work with the immigration team, to work with everyone involved in immigration. The team that is led by Dr. Jeanette Ming and her second in command, Ms. Marita Grimes. It was a privilege to work with them and spend time in the office and review files and put together a strategy. I learned a lot from the team. They give yeoman service to the country of Bermuda, and they often do not get the lauded applause that they deserve. And tonight, I would just like to acknowledge the team at Immigration for the work that they do on behalf of the people in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, there were 4 phases of reform. We attacked comprehensive immigration reform in distinct phases. We did not attempt to fix everything at once. Phase one addressed the operational backlogs in the Department of Immigration, including work permit processing. This resulted in us closely monitoring this area to ensure we had no slippage going forward. Throughout the past 18 months, I have regularly visited the Department of Immigration to review applications and to approve requests and to maintain momentum. In phase 2, it involved process improvement to improve the processes and the procedures within all sections of the Department of Immigration, to remove bottlenecks, to eliminate waste, and to improve efficiencies. We worked hard to improve the efficiencies of decision-making, having more consistent outcomes, and to improve turnaround times. For this phase, we partnered with the private sector through the Association of International Companies, or ABIC, the Association of Bermuda Insurers and Reinsurers, ABIR, and other funds to fund the lean process and improvement process. And KPMG came in to help us. For this partnership, we are grateful. From April 2019, KPMG worked for several months in the department by facilitating value stream mapping workshops that engaged a cross-section of the Department of Immigration's team and other stakeholders to build a common understanding of the current state. KPMG utilized the lean process improvement methodology to identify and triage high-level issues and areas of focus for analysis and improvement. KPMG assisted our ministry by providing the following process improvement services. 1, diagnostic services. 2, process analysis and opportunity services. And 3, the implementation of planning services. In January 2020, the department collaborated with Clarion Bank to engage a business analyst, a 6 Sigma black belt and lean process improvement expert to continue the work of KPMG. The business analyst continues to assist the department in process reengineering and has completed, among other things, the following tasks. Interviewed staff to the document process workflows, documented and as-is process workflows, hosted and reviewed management sign-off sessions as-is process workflows, designed and rolled out and analyzed client surveys. He redesigned the DOI key processes. He hosted workshop for the Department of Immigration Management team to get the signed off for all of our process recommendations. The process improvement work that was undertaken included workflows for all major areas within the department, but is not limited to the following: work permit applications, Bermudian status application, naturalization applications, permanent residency certificates, alien land licenses, Bermuda passport applications, Bermuda passport applications for emergencies, electronic payment and application fees. Phase 3 that we worked on in the last 18 months would involve policy and legislative reforms. And again, we partnered with the private sector and with KPMG to augment the internal government team. In addition, we worked collaboratively with other government ministries on legislative amendments. This is the area most often referred to as immigration reform. However, it represents only one phase of the wide reform. KPMG augmented the ministry's team to provide a 5-month program of project management, office support, and other services for immigration reform. The team developed a project plan, researched and provided data analysis, and developed options and recommendations for consideration. KPMG provided the following support initiatives: 1, project management and office services, research and analysis, report writing, and logistical arrangements. Mr. Speaker, we did not discard the existing Bermuda Immigration and Protection Act of 1956. in an attempt to write a new act. We believe that the approach would be divisive and inconsistent with the government's pledge to execute immigration reform in a collaborative and bipartisan way. The new act would also have no case law behind it and would lead to legal uncertainty. We did not rush or take our responsibility lightly. We proceeded cautiously, fully considering the racially charged history of Bermuda and how immigration affected the diaspora in our country. This, we knew, was an emotive issue. Mr. Speaker, the full scope of the policy and legislative changes required under Phase 3 was vast and included permanent residency certificates, Bermuda status, belongers, job makers, mixed status families, work permit policy, land policy, and governance. Mr. Speaker, as the policy and legislative changes were so vast, in order to be successful, we focused our attention on passing legislation to address the issue of mixed status families as the first step. We took the problems and solutions identified in the report of the Consultative Immigration Reform Working Group, also known as the Madeiras Report, under the Mixed Status Family section. The team used this as a foundation for mixed status families. Under the leadership of the late Walton Brown JPMP, a bipartisan parliamentary committee on immigration reform was created and met throughout 2018. This bipartisan committee continued to meet under my leadership through 2019 until 2020 to develop the proposals in a collaborative and bipartisan manner. Again, MP Ming, MP Famous, MP Scott, and MP Ben Smith. It was a bipartisan committee, Mr. Speaker. These members that I just worked diligently, fastidiously, and they should be thanked for their contributions. We engaged key stakeholders. As a part of the process, we took time to listen to the feedback and the comments. We included a wide cross-section of leaders across Bermuda, including the People's Campaign, Bermuda Public Services Union, Bermuda Industrial Union, the Association of International Companies, the Association of Bermuda Insurers and Reinsurers, the Bermuda Employers Council, the Bermuda Chamber of Commerce, the One Bermuda Alliance members, and the Progressive Labour Party members. Mr. Speaker, this collaborative approach was most significant in that the bipartisan committee and the matter that which the repatriation and the mixed status family bill was received, as it received wide support from both sides of the aisle and the community at large in April 2020. I am thankful to that list above and to the members of that committee for our combined achievements. Phase 4 is the implementation phase, and this includes the work to update the IT systems, the training of staff, the examination of the organizational structure in light of the procedural and legislative changes. This phase also includes the implementation of a new border management system. Apple Beach is scheduled to go live later this month. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our border management system is scheduled to go live at our airport later this month. Mr. Speaker, the government is standing strong to ensure that we have fair opportunities for Bermudians in their own land. We are taking steps to ensure that through our policies and practices, there are good jobs for our people. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Though it is we are ever more vigilant in compliance, the Department of Immigration has 14 compliance officers. We have advertised email and telephone hotlines for compliance. We have revisited open and closed restriction category work permits. We are insisting that employees have frontline workers speak English in a country and will take the correct steps to rectify that if they don't. We are reviewing the work permit policy to make sure it is more equitable. The department is requiring employees to have robust training and development plans for Bermudians. Immigration reform is about a number of things, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity today to be on a call with some key stakeholders, ABIC, ABIR, the Chamber of Commerce, and Minister Jason Hayward shared his thoughts with the committee and, with the various bodies, and the various bodies shared their thoughts with Mr. Hayward and myself. We were able to say, and I will say it again tonight, the Premier highlights something called collective responsibility. And so when somebody says, we were so happy with the work you were doing as Minister of Immigration, that is not anything for Minister Keynes to thump his chest at. That is how our party works. We work as a cohesive unit. Minister Haywood will carry on the work and the vision that is laid out by our party platform, that is advanced by our party leader, that is supported by the cabinet, that is undergirded by our backbench. We are one government. And when Mr. Haywood goes forward, he just does not go forward on his Jack Jones or on his own. He goes forward carrying on the vision of the Progressive Labour Party government. We believe that there must be a direct synergy with business, understanding the nuances of international business in our country, understanding its importance in the rebirth, in the re-emergence or the renaissance in the business sphere. But it's also balancing the opportunity for us to have young Bermudians coming home and able to find spots for employment in their own country. We are excited about the opportunity for Mr. Haywood to jump in and to use his MBA and his experience as a statistician to get in and help us with workforce development, tying the two together, finding the strengths of leadership within our untapped market, marrying them with opportunity, finding opportunities in international business, in local business. This is a beautiful time because guess what, Mr. Speaker? We get it. We get that we need a country that has guest workers. We get that we need a country that needs to train and develop Bermudians. And we want to share our vision with the young Bermudians to tell them that they have to work hard for their spot, that they have to push hard for their spot. We want to tell a medium-sized local entity, do you know what? We know you have nuances around your business. And we know that you might need 1 or 2 guest workers, but show us, allow us to develop your training and development program. We don't want to see your business go out. Mr. Haywood wants to see your business thrive, but he is passionate about Bermudians having opportunities. International business, we understand. Mr. Haywood shares our vision. The Premier cascades that vision to all of us. We understand that we need international business. However, the Minister of Finance shared with us that we have over 2,000 people that are benefiting from the unemployment benefit. We understand that there are a number of people that were seeking permission to reside and seek. That is something that we have to balance. That is something that we have to consider in our minds. And we have shared that with some of our employers. Many people have seen that as a difficult set of circumstances and have misread it as xenophobia. Next week, the minister will meet with key stakeholders, again, to reassure them that this is not xenophobia, that we have to make sure that our people have opportunities in their homeland, that they are given the opportunity to be trained and to develop, to undergird and to reassure the business community that we hear you, we know what you need, we want to continue to work with you. It is not lost on this government that a good portion, $500,000 of the process improvement piece was paid for by international business. And we have a responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility to business. We have a responsibility to the young people of this country. And we must continue. And when we say put Bermudians first, oftentimes people are unnerved by that. And I have to say, we will put Bermuda first, but we will not disadvantage anyone. We will not hurt international business. We understand where they play in the importance of our country. But make no mistake about it. We want to have a country where Bermudians can thrive. And I know that the vision that the Premier has given for immigration in this country is shared by Minister Haywood, is shared by the backbench, is shared by the cabinet, and together we will continue to allow this country to grow from strength to strength. I smile to myself, Mr. Speaker, when people say, you guys are doing good. You are managing this really well. And I say to myself, all of us on both sides of the aisle, my backbench colleagues, who are our support, who when I veer off track, email me and say, Minister, I would do differently. Having someone like Renee Ming, who understands the nuances of our country, having someone like Christopher Famous giving me guidance with reference to immigration, Ben Smith as the one of the people on the committee, having him as a sounding board, and Leah Scott, I believe that we understand as a country that this can be done, and we continue to do it. All of the naysayers said that we would not get the mixed status family bill through. If I were a betting man, Mr. Speaker, I would have had my pockets lined with gold, because people did not think, number one, that we could work together, that we could look past all of our differences and find an opportunity to make our country stronger. At this time in our country's history, Minister Jason Hayward is best poised to carry out the objectives, uniting our financial assistance, taking workforce development, taking the Department of Education, taking his master's in business administration, taking his role as a statistician, using his experience as an industrialist, as a father, as a man from Parsons Road, as a man that was educated in the public school system, as a man that was educated in university, bringing a father, a husband, bringing all of those things together. He is best positioned to finish the last baton. I was a sprinter, as I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, if it wasn't for most races being held on my Sabbath, I would have been in the Olympics for sure, Mr. Speaker. Well, I oftentimes was the third leg out of four. And I was fast coming around the track into the bend. And as I took the baton, I knew I had one responsibility. And you know, Mr. Speaker, on the turn, what did they tell you? Keep your head down and your arms moving. When you get past the corner, look up and push the baton in front of you. And they tell the man with the baton, when you hear the footsteps in front of your block, don't look back. Stick your hand out and keep running. Well, the baton has been passed directly into Mr. Hayward's open palm as he runs. And the finish line is immigration. Possibilities with reference to immigration. All of the Bermudians that will get jobs, all of the companies that will thrive. There is no need to have any reticence. We will continue to grow. How do we know to grow, Mr. Speaker? I spent 13 minutes going through the success, the benefits, the challenges, these movements, talked about what...
Minister, you have a minute left on your time, just to let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without getting caught in mid-sentence, it is a privilege to serve in this country. I'm honored to do so. Thank you to the people of Bermuda. Thank you to immigration. And Mr. Hayward, this country is proud to have you as our minister with responsibility for immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on the opposition leader. Opposition leader, would you like to make your contribution now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess now at this time, good evening to everyone.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. We've heard a lot of things this evening, mainly speaking to Black Lives Matter and immigration. And I will get to eventually the comments that were just given by the Minister Keynes. I'm actually grateful that he spoke because up until that time, I was becoming very, very, very concerned about some of the things that I was hearing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I gave an interview and put out a statement concerning the issue of what was going on around the world outside of COVID, meaning the unfortunate circumstance of another Black man losing his life. And it was interesting the varying responses that came from that. I've received accolades about the support. I've also been talked to about the fact that, well, does racism really exist in Bermuda? I've heard some people say that, well, you know, I'm holding out verdict. You know, I'm not sure whether or not this was racially profiling. And then, of course, I must give kudos to the Premier. He called up and he basically said, you know, that was a good statement. I appreciate what you had to say. The protest over George Floyd's brutal and inhumane and senseless death, quite frankly, has opened many eyes. When I look at the protest that is going on around the world, I recognize that there are a lot of faces that do not look like mine, and many of our colleagues that are in the House of Assembly, but of a completely different persuasion. And I recognize also, as I was on social media and listening to the TV and glued to exactly trying to understand all of what was going on, and I saw something by a Bermuda black woman business owner, and I just want to read, quote, what she had to say. And I want to first start off by saying this, that I think it's important to have a fundamental belief in why we say Black Lives Matter. Now, this business owner in Bermuda is owning a business from generations in the past, and they are a business that we all look up to. And she goes on to say that we say Black Lives Matter not because we are unaware that all lives matter, not unaware that all lives matter, but because Black lives have not mattered enough. Black lives will matter most when Black education rises above political power plays, when Black health outcomes are paramount and of paramount concern, when Black economic access to capital is made more equitable, and when Black hope returns to our communities, end quote. I thought that was very, very powerful and very, very, very insightful by this Black business owner who, yes, has inherited a business passed on from family members. We are fighting, Mr. Speaker, on a level playing field. And so I go back to many of the comments that were made to me about the statement that I gave, and references to the statement that the Premier gave and the likes, with all these varied responses. And the one thing that I understood very clearly, rather than getting upset and getting mad, I realized there are far too many who don't understand. They simply don't understand when we say Black Lives Matter, what that means. But looking at the progress, and I appreciate some of the comments that the Commission had to the Honorable Member Commission made. We have become accustomed to the fact that, you know, we've acquired a certain amount of economic prowess, and in that, we've become lazy to the fact that whites and blacks, to the fact that we are still not at ground zero. We are still not at the point where it is a level playing field. Now, what I also recognize by looking at this matter, and it's the first time that I've seen this, what I am seeing and what's new to me is there appears to be a worldwide acceptance that Black Lives Matter. Now, I can't speak for the sincerity of those around the world and personally why they're marching. I can't speak to why many of those who are Caucasian, why they're marching, but they are marching in unison, speaking to an opportunity to say Black Lives Matter. And in that lies an opportunity for us as blacks who have experienced it to be able to use this opportunity to get involved in some of the finer details of what's going on in this world, and including Bermuda and the system that continues to hold many behind. What I won't accept is this, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we all get on social media and, you know, we all have the opportunity to listen to what people have to say. And I can't believe what I have just read on media. After appreciating what Minister Keynes has had to say, one of his staunch supporters, a former senator of the PLP, gets online and says this here: so far, we have heard from Patricia Gordon-Paplin, Leah Scott, and Ben Smith of the OBA on the motion to adjourn. Their comment theme, yes, Black Lives Matter. But Bermudians need to realize that foreign workers matter more to Bermuda than Black Lives Matter. This does not help the cause of allowing people who do not understand to understand. When you get online and you're known politically and you I almost said the wrong word, but misalign what people have said and don't tell the truth, then we got a problem. We got a serious problem. And I'm going to speak to the premier because he needs to rein this lady in. It is a bold-faced lie to get out there and to make comments like that when you are a politically affiliated person. Now, I have seen even with members from the OEA where things have gone wrong and we've had to pull people aside. Hey, you're out of line. This is a bold-faced lie. When Ben and these guys, Lee and all of them, get up and they speak to the issue of what it is that they believe that we should be doing, and might I add, black people, and we have seen far too many times, even in the House of Assembly, of black members within the OBA being referred to as they say, well, we know who's just carrying the water for. But if you spend a little time just talking to the individual, you would know that they have suffered under a system PLP today. We are still under a system that is holding blacks back. And I want to remind everyone what was said by that business owner. Black lives matter. You want to know why? Black lives matter because we're still trying to get to ground zero, to a level playing field. Now, I agree with some of the comments that the Honorable Commission has made on how we get there. Some things I don't agree. I see a different way. But if someone of black persuasion sees a slightly different way to get to somewhere, how dare any other black person say, well, we know who you carry the water for. Now, I understand where they're coming from and what they're trying to say. But if you're trying to set an example and take this opportunity where a man's life was brutally taken and the rest of the world is chiming in, including Bermuda, we have an opportunity as blacks to be able to get people to understand. Now listen, there's good and bad people amongst all races. Not all of them you're going to be able to convince. But I'm not worried about them. I'm concerned about the ones who do want to understand. And we as leaders have got to stop in the House of Assembly making these assumptions that just because something is questioned by the member or a member of the OBA, whether they be black or white, then it is coming from a persuasion or supporting black enterprise, black business. How dare you say that? The premier right now is trying to get business back up and going, and it ain't just for black business, it's for white business as well. So when does it stop? And so I appreciate Minister Keynes and the opportunity that he presented to make his comments on how he felt about things. But how dare one of his members completely misrepresent what is going on in this House of Assembly. It is uncalled for. As a black man, I had to watch police officers beat my father for no reason other than he was suffering from schizophrenia, and beat him down, breaking his bones. And then we're going to put up with some of the nonsense that I've been hearing tonight? Maybe we need to do some more studying. I was given a tape the other day by Mr. Thompson. I hope you don't mind me using his name. I've said it already. And it is about the real Eve. And they have now found, scientists, through genetic tracking, that we all came from the same mother. And that mother was a black woman from Africa. And they've used this thing called mitochondrial DNA, structures within the cells that are passed on by women only, so that they can trace back lineage came from. What I'm not going to accept is the kinds of things that I just read on social media, and some of the things that I've heard from some of our members. And so it's almost as if we don't know what it means to negotiate without giving up or selling our souls. We are in a position where the only natural resource we have is our people. And we invite business into this island. There's no Bermuda dollar, that's all fake. We trade in US dollars. And so we need to invite trade to this island and invite people to invest in black enterprise. I say this, how many of us blacks in OBA and the PLP have had a personal loan from a white man? Many. So there are some good out there who want to do good. And for us to be out there making comments almost as if, and I say almost as if, a blanket statement across the board, and I know many don't mean this, that there's a white evil out there that wants to snuff us out. I believe that's true in many cases. But the only counteraction to that is we must stand together as blacks and stand with the whites who wish to ensure, just like we see marching around the world, whites and blacks. My goodness, I see more whites in some of the protests than blacks. With placards up, Black Lives Matter. It doesn't get away from some of the realities that we are experiencing here. We are a blessed people, yes, but we are not at ground zero yet. And so more has to be done. I agree. And one of those things is that we got to take opportunity to stimulate this economy. I have been talking about it over and over before COVID, PLP. But the local businesses are going to suffer. That's where the majority of the blacks are working. And we got to do everything we can to stimulate incoming investment into this country. Because until we find that pot of gold, then we got to work with the world and to ensure that we keep the standard of living that we do have. Now, if the PLP has got another idea on whether or not, they want the democracy that we do have and the system that we do have, or if they want to go with socialism, I don't know. Then just say what it is that you believe it should be. But we have seen far too many blacks who have been calling for bold moves year after year after year, and we're still waiting for those bold moves. And so each party has played a part in not doing enough to ensure that we get to ground zero, that there's a level playing field. Now, I heard members go on about many people, Black Lives Matter. And this leads me to this part here that I'm going to close out on. It may take me a minute or two. And that is this. Well, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I want to go back to the economy.
3 minutes, so you got 3 minutes.
Okay, let me just go back to the economy. We have an opportunity right now that I'm looking at. Hong Kong is under some serious stress. We got an opportunity for many of those businesses to move them to Bermuda. And I've heard over and over from PLP members about OBA members, you need to be careful what you're saying because international people are looking. Well, let me use the same words on many of the some PLP members. Be careful for your words. Because that investor who wants to bring their money here so that you can maintain a middle income or even upper income, whatever it is, or you can realize your dreams, they want to come, but why would they? With the wrong rhetoric. That's why I appreciate Minister Keynes taking the time doing what he just did. I appreciate it. Because some of the rhetoric has been scaring people away for far too long. We saw it before. And when we became government, we were going out trying to get some of these people to please come back. Invest back into Bermuda. And so I'm calling at this time, as we go through COVID, I agree with the Premier. We got to get this economy back up and going. But guess, Mr. Speaker, it won't happen with just Bermudians. We're already a dying species. We are a dying species. We are a dying people. And so we got to reach out without selling our souls and ensure that we get to ground zero and we make things right. That's the way forward. And the system that is holding back these things from happening needs to go. And the race baiting, whether it be black side, white side, all of that's got to go. Racial politics got to go. We got to do what is best for blacks, whites, and any visitor that comes to this island to help improve the lives of Bermudians. That's what we need to be doing. Now, I recognize in talking to the Premier that one of the fundamentals of getting the economy going is to ensure that we can get our kids back out into schools and the likes, so that the parents who do work can get out to work. We have been calling for a long time now, and I am seriously concerned about when I read in the paper, I was kind of trying to basically getting over it, where I see DCFS, the Department of Child and Family Services, back in the paper again. We have been calling for answers. We have been calling for a restructuring of this area over and over and over. And if Black Lives Matter, then we need to be appealing to the restructuring of DCFS so that it gets it right, because that is our young Black men and women. And unfortunately, over the last year, we've seen how some have even been lost eternally, not to come back, because we haven't got it right. I'm not blaming any administration, but what I am saying, you're in the hot seat. You need to do something about it and fix this thing and get new leadership in there so that we can move forward. That's what I'm looking for. Because the rhetoric has got to stop and action has to be taken. And so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. Premier, would you like to close us out?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead, sir.
I just want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear.
I hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been an eventful day in our virtual House of Assembly, where we passed a number of pieces of legislation, had a vigorous debate on the reduction of salaries, and had a motion to adjourn, which has featured a number of passionate contributions from the members. Before I start, I'm going to reference, I think, a place where the opposition leader left off. And I think that it's important for us to recognize, and I want everyone to know this, and it's going to be very clear, I am not ever in this country going to tell other people what they can say or what they cannot say, because I believe that everyone must be free to speak their mind. And when we start going through the slippery slope of trying to censor what people, whether the PLP or others, can or cannot say, we're going to be in a very difficult place, Mr. Speaker. And so I recognize that what some persons may say who are supporters of my party may not be nice to other persons. And I recognize clearly that what persons may say under the veiled cloak of secrecy and roles of blogs who may be supporters of the One Bermuda Alliance say may not please me, but they have the, I guess, right to say it, and because the Royal Gazette gives them the condition of anonymity, they can. But the fact is that everyone's voice is important inside the democracy, Mr. Speaker. And I am not going to trample on people's wishes or desires to speak their mind in any way, shape, or form. Because I think that when that starts, then we have a challenge. What I want to, however, say, Mr. Speaker, and I think that it's particularly important when we say this,
Mr. Speaker,
that I think that
Mr. Speaker.
Premier, hold on one sec. Opposition Leader?
My inference was never to suggest, and I believe it is inadvertently, I know he's not purposely doing it, to suggest that we stifle people from freedom of speech and the likes. But I do not appreciate people telling mistruths.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate what the honorable opposition leader has said. And the fact is that my quarrel is certainly not with the leader of the opposition. My quarrel in this particular instance, and I'm just making the overall comment that I think that it's important, Mr. Speaker, that in a democracy, that we have to have tough skin, and it's really difficult sometimes. It's really particularly difficult. So from that perspective, I don't want to be fixated on that. I think what is also important, Mr. Speaker, is that in saying that, I think that there is a time for persons who are free and regular citizens to have that debate in public. But when we are engaged inside of things which should not be in the public sphere and attempting to gain, I would say, advantage on certain things, whether it be negotiation or discussion with the government, that we do things and keep those things private. And I understand that I've come under some criticism for that, Mr. Speaker. But I do not back down from those positions, because the fact is that when you try to make public policy in the lens of the media glare and the spotlight, you're not going to get the best policy. The reason why cabinet is a confidential place is so that persons can express their ideas freely and fully so that we can arrive at a place with a good decision. And the same principle must apply when we are speaking about the negotiations that are taking place, whether it be with the public sector and the private sector, the government and our union partners and colleagues, whether it be the discussions and conversations between the government and the Chamber of Commerce, or the government and the Bermuda Hotel Association. I think that it is critically important, Mr. Speaker, and I say that because I want to arrive at a good solution, Mr. Speaker. And we're not going to arrive at a good solution, Mr. Speaker, if we are attempting to negotiate through the media. And that is my point, and that is where I will stand. Because as we go through this period, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize, as many members are saying, that the paradigm is shifting. And if we are not able to trust the spaces of which we are in and have honest and frank dialogue that is not going to be fettered by political miscalculation or calculations or those type of things to the public, then that is what's needed to arrive at the best decisions for the country. And so the conversation discussions that I have with whether it be the opposition, the conversation discussions that I have with my cabinet, the conversations that I have with my caucus colleagues and others, we have to feel comfortable to be honest with one another. And if those things are then put out inside of the media, we are not going to be as honest as we would, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's important for us to recognize that that basic principle must apply. There is a reason why we do have that level of, I would say, secrecy in discussion, so that we can be frank and honest in those particular spaces and explore spaces which may not be necessarily comfortable doing, but arrive at a very good consensus position. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, that we are making progress on those regards. And so when we talk about the government and the cabinet shuffle which took place this week, I'm grateful for the words of the Minister of National Security, who spoke about the mantra of collective responsibility. The work of the government will continue, and the agenda itself, though impacted by international events, is unchanged insofar as its direction, making sure that we continue the reform of our education system, providing fair and equitable healthcare access to the persons of this country, which is more important than ever, continuing to make sure that we have a fairer economy, meaning that those who can afford to pay more actually do pay more, Mr. Speaker. And it's important for us to remember that this government was the first government that actually started taxing unearned wealth inside of this country. It is important for us to recognize and to understand that, Mr. Speaker, that we are making progress. Some want us to move quicker, and I must say that in many cases, I want to move quicker as well. But we are making progress in these regards, Mr. Speaker. So I want to certainly say that the work will continue. I want to pay tribute certainly to the work of all of the cabinet ministers to date, and certainly that are supported by a very strong and able backbench. I want to thank the contributions to the cabinet of Minister Jamal Simmons, And I want to thank him very much for his work and effort, especially over the last few months, in where we have seen a government communications apparatus that has performed very well to keep our persons informed. And I want to thank him without question for his willingness to stay on as a junior minister to continue to assist the government at this time with communication. And I certainly want to welcome Minister Hayward, a ministry that combines items which are needed for our recovery: workforce development, financial assistance, labor, of course, and portions of immigration. And the reason why we are splitting up the Department of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, is because I think it's particularly important that we change the conversation around immigration and recognize that the work permit function of immigration is the regulation of labor inside of an economy. Labor is a very important factor of production into making sure you have a successful economy. And the marrying of that with workforce development, tighter and better integration, and certainly with the aspects of financial assistance, as we're going to expect, there's going to be a number of persons that may be finding themselves on financial assistance as the unemployment benefit expires, is to make sure that we can move those people, involve those persons in training, and be able to adequately match them to the particular jobs. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to get around to counting the percentage of Bermudians that are employed inside of the economy versus the percentage of non-Bermudians that are employed inside this economy. I want to focus on the total number of Bermudians, because it makes no sense for there to be, we're going to say that we have 80% Bermudians and only 10,000 jobs, but I'm perfectly happy to have 60% Bermudians and have 100,000 jobs inside of our economy. And so we need to grow the pie, and a Ministry of Labor that is certainly making sure that we continue to match the efforts of labor and workforce development can be helpful in that particular regard. So I'm grateful for the contributions of honorable members and colleagues and putting forward the various policy perspectives, or whether it's suggestions which are given to us by members of the opposition as I continue to communicate with the leader of the opposition. Those are things which are being factored into our move going forward. When we're talking about in the very near term, Mr. Speaker, about our COVID economy and making sure that we can rebound as quickly as possible, we are focused like a laser in reopening our economy and creating jobs as quickly as possible. And I think it is good to note that we've had a number of days of positive results. Our real-time reproduction number has remained low. We are certain that we're going to move into phase 3 on Thursday. I do not agree with some members that it does not necessarily make a big difference, because I do think it makes a big difference, especially when we're talking about the aspects of childcare, not just in schools, but as schools will wind to close, summer camps and childcare for persons who are not of school age. Certainly when we're talking about nurseries and others. That is a very large employer in Bermuda, and the figures show that there's a number of persons in childcare who have been unemployed. So getting them back to work, I think, is going to be something that is going to be particularly welcome. Our scientists continue to work to refine what our eventual move to phase 4 will look like. There was a test run which took place today, where the flight which arrived from Canada had all 100 persons who arrived were tested, Mr. Speaker. I'll break news tonight that all 102 tested negative, Mr. Speaker. And from the time that the testing was finished, to the time that the emails were sent out to the persons with their results, took 5 hours, Mr. Speaker. So our team of scientists are working very well and are getting ready to refine the processes which may exist. Now, I know that there's a number of persons in the tourism industry and others who want to know when we're going to open up. The Cabinet Committee, led by Colonel Birch, is continuing to work through those particular processes. They are focused on making sure that the items for phase 3 are laid out, but we're also going to make sure that we are beginning to signal what phase 4 will look like, when the economy, when the borders reopen, and what will be a part of that. And that means that we have to make sure that we keep our economy and our country and our health biosphere safe. And I'm certain that with the increased testing capacity, with the increased amount of output which is coming from our government lab, of which we have started and set up, I think that we're certainly going to be in a very good phase and space for that, Mr. Speaker. But as a lot of members have said, Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a need for a rebalancing of our economy. And Some persons say it might be a new social contract with the international business community. Because we cannot continue to exist in this space that we are right now. And I think that we can not only evolve the relationship with the international business community and our local business community, but we can focus on what does it mean to collectively grow together. We've made a number of significant legislative changes, Mr. Speaker, and I think that there is more legislative changes to come. But if we are not willing to say what we have done over the past 25 years, though it has made us wealthy, is not fair and equitable for society, and unless all persons can come along with that message, just like all persons are seeming to finally awaken to the fact that racism exists in Bermuda and around the world, Mr. Speaker, then we will get nowhere. And I think that it's important for us to recognize, remember that. So I'm going to close there, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that the events in the USA have seemed to affect many. And I am pleased that this government saw fit to change the laws so that a legal and peaceful protest can take place this Sunday, Mr. But as I said in my remarks on Monday, and as I've said before, racism in Bermuda is not new. And racism and racial attitudes and structural racism and structural inequality exists in Bermuda, and it has always existed, Mr. Speaker. And what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is, and this is particularly important, we must not lose this energy, because it will be continue to work to address the problem. Mr. Speaker, when I was opposition leader, during the election campaign, I went to the Hamilton Rotary, I think it was, Hamilton or Pembroke, I can't remember, to give a speech on racism in Bermuda. And I almost did not get to give that speech, Mr. Speaker, because there were persons inside of that room who were of an older generation, who may have actually been people who were part of segregation, where they were white and they could go places where my father could not go, Mr. Speaker. And they did not want me to stand inside of that room and give a speech on race. The opposition leader of the country, and this, Mr. Speaker, was 3 years ago. So I don't need to be told that Bermuda is a racist country, but I'm happy that more persons are waking up to it. And here's the other thing, Mr. Speaker. Police brutality in Bermuda isn't new either. And neither are police, and I've said it before and I've said it again, because there was some type of concern, and neither are police in this country who may hold racist views and attitudes towards law enforcement. That is the truth, Mr. Speaker. And it is not enough to talk about it. We have to make sure that we act on it. Our justice system in this country is not colorblind. Whether it is the unequal treatment of Black persons versus white persons, whether it is on a very plain and simple issue, which I've spoken about in this House before, when speaking about the drive to the government to decriminalize small amounts of cannabis, recognizing that the same amount of white people and Black people smoke weed, Mr. Speaker, but why is it that 95% of the people who are arrested for cannabis possession are Black? It is the very outline of recognizing that structural racism exists in Bermuda. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that more persons are coming to realization. I am happy that there are more and more persons who are saying that we are going to be very fierce and not let this energy die. And Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope that this energy does not die. And I hope that all of the white persons, Mr. Speaker, listen to me very clear, who are supporting, who say that Black Lives Matter, who says that we have to end racism, will not complain when there is actually legislation that may be brought to this House to address issues of structural racism in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because you can't just give the hashtag. You can't just say, oh, it's bad, and that benefit from the system that continues it, Mr. Speaker. So if we're going to have those real conversations and we're going to have those real talks, then we should not be afraid when the government of the day brings legislation to bring what you want to happen into effect through law, Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish that everyone had a wonderful and safe weekend. I look forward to seeing persons inside the next 2 weeks. And I look forward to seeing persons on a peaceful protest, which has been permitted by the government on this Sunday afternoon, where I hope that we can proclaim that we are going to turn the page on structural racism in Bermuda. And every single person who is marching on Sunday, I hope that they will support the moves to make sure that we can, through law and this parliament, put in place things that will end structural racism in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and have a good night.
Mr. Premier? Mr. Premier?
Mr. Speaker.
All right. But you're down to your last minute.
All done, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, done. Oh, good. Well, numbers, we thank you for your contribution for today. I was about to say this evening, but for the entire day. It's been fruitful as always. And the Premier has indicated that we'll sit again on the 19th of June. And based on where we are in phases, I assume we'll be using the same format. Members to continue to listen out for how we'll sit. And with that, the House stands adjourned until the 19th of June. Members, be safe and continue to be well. Take care now. Good evening.
Thank you. Good night, Mr. Speaker.
Good night, Mr. Speaker.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Good night. Good night.
We're not connected to the. They need